Hey everybody, I am the Shy Hat and this is HackerFrogs. Alright, everybody, today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be working on 4 different activities today. So the first thing we're going to do in today's stream is we're going to be going over TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber event, day number 10. We're always a day or two behind on these TryHackMe days of cyber exercises over here. But today we're going to be doing day 10, and that's the first thing we're going to be doing today. And then we're going to be doing a little bit of a walkthrough for another machine, another CTF exercise, and that's going to be on VulNyx.com. And the VulNyx machine that we're going to be taking on today is called Robot. It's a Mr. Robot themed CTF box over here. And if you're interested in that, you can go ahead and take a look over at this URL over here. But that's going to be the second exercise we're going to be doing today. For the third exercise, we're going to be going back to TryHackMe Advent of Cyber, and we're going to be doing not day 10, but rather day 11. And so the theme of day 10 is phishing attacks, and the theme of day 11 is Wi-Fi attacks. So you can join along with us while we go through these exercises if you like. But after we're done with day 11 of TryHackMe, we're going to be doing our free hacking exercise. And what a free hacking exercise is a CTF exercise that we haven't done before. So we're going to be trying to work through those exercises with fresh eyes. So the exercise that we're going to be doing free hacking on today is going to be the HackMyVM machine, and hackmyvm.eu is a great little website for doing CTF exercises and downloading vulnerable VMs that you can hack against. The machine that we're going to be doing today is going to be called Nessus. And Nessus is a Windows machine. We've been on a Windows kick, trying to learn how to hack Windows machines, because it takes a very different mindset and a very different set of skills than hacking Linux machines. So we're going to be taking a look at how hacking Windows machines is different. So if you're interested in taking a look at that exercise ahead of time, you can go ahead and navigate to this link as well. Okay. So without further ado, let's get started with our first exercise. I'm just going to play a little bit of background music. If it's ever too loud, please let me know. But I just like to have a little bit of music in the background. Okay, so let's get started. All right, so this is day 10. All right, so everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event, day number 10, otherwise known as Task 16. The theme of today's exercise is phishing. So let's get started. All right, so we're going to get started, and I'm going to go over the story for today's event. Mayor Malware had just one SOCMIS wish. The SOC organizer would fall for his fish. Well, on top of this, he wanted as well, once the email opened, to gain a rev shell. Mayor Malware attempts to phish one of the SOCMIS organizers by sending a document embedded with a malicious macro. Once opened, the macro will execute, giving the mayor remote access to the organizer's system. Marta May Ware is surprised that her system was compromised even after following tight security, but McSkitty thinks she traced the attacker and he got in. It's none other than Mayor Malware who got into the system. This time, the mayor used phishing to get his victim. McSkitty's quick incident response prevented significant damage. In this task, you will run a security assessment against Marta May Ware. The purpose would be to improve her security and raise her cybersecurity awareness against future attacks. Glitch is still concerned about any future attack on Marta May Ware and advises McSkitty to run a phishing exercise on her to verify whether she is vigilant about these attacks. So what are we going to be learning today? Our learning objectives are understanding how phishing attacks work, discovering how macros and documents can be used and abused, and learning how to carry out a phishing attack with a macro. So let's talk about phishing attacks. Security is as strong as the weakest link. Many would argue that humans are the weakest link in the security chain. It is easier to exploit a patch system Is it easier to patch and exploit Is it easier to exploit a patch system behind a firewall or to convince a user to open an important document? Hence, human hacking is usually the easiest to accomplish and falls under social engineering. Phishing is a play on the word fishing. However, the attacker is not after seafood. Phishing works by sending a bait to a usually large group of target users. Furthermore, the attacker often crafts their messages with a sense of urgency, prompting target users to take immediate action without thinking critically, increasing the chances of success. The purpose is to steal personal information or install malware, usually by convincing the target to fill out a form, open a file, or click on a link. One might get an email out of nowhere claiming that they are being charged a hefty sum and that they should check the details in the attached file or URL. The attacker just needs to have their target users open the malicious file or view the malicious link. This can trigger specific actions that would give the attack control over your system. Macros. The needs of MS Office users can be vastly different, and there is no way that a default installation would cater to all these needs. In particular, some users find themselves repeating the same tasks, such as formatting and inserting text or performing calculations. Consider the example of number-to-words conversion, where a number such as 1337 needs to be expressed as 1337. It would take hours to finish if you had hundreds of numbers to convert. Hence, there is a need for an automated solution to save time and reduce manual effort. In computing, a macro refers to a set of programmed instructions designed to automate repetitive tasks. MS Word, among other MS Office products, supports adding macros to documents. In many cases, these macros can be a tremendous time-saving feature. However, in cybersecurity, these automated programs can be hijacked for malicious purposes. To add a macro to an MS document, for instance, we click on the View menu, then select Macros as pointed out by 1 and 2 in the screenshot below. Okay, so we've got View and Macros over here. We should specify the name of the macro and specify that we want to save it in our current document, as indicated by 3 and 4. So after we open up the window, there's my macro, this name, and we need to set this as document number 1, I guess the name of the document, and then after that we would click on the create button to create the macro. And finally we press the create button. Okay, great. Let's explore one way the attacker could create an MS Word document with an embedded macro to gain access to Marta's system. What is the attack plan? In his plans, Mayor Malware needs to create a document with a malicious macro. Upon opening the document, the macro will execute a payload and connect to the mayor's machine, giving him remote control. Consequently, the mayor needs to ensure that he is listening for incoming connections on his machine before emailing the malicious document to Marta May Ware. By executing the macro, the mayor gains remote access to Marta's system through a reverse shell, allowing him to execute commands and control her machine remotely. The steps are as follows. 1. Create a document with the malicious macro. 2. Start listening for incoming connections to the attacker's system. 3. Email the document and wait for the target user to open it. 4. The target user opens the document and connects to the attacker's system. 5. Control the target user's system. You might wonder why you don't set the malicious macros so that you can connect to the target system directly instead of the other way around. The reason is when the target system is behind a firewall or has private IP address, you cannot reach it and hence cannot connect to it. Connecting to the machine. Before moving forward, review the questions in the connection card below. So, do we need to start the attack box today? Yes. Do we need to start a VM today? Yes. Alright, so let's press the Start Machine button to prepare the mail server. So we're going to click on this green button over here to start the machine associated with today's task. And then after we do that, we're going to scroll up to the top of the web page to start up the attack box. So underneath this, this logo over here for Advent of Cyber 2024, there's going to be a button labeled Start Attack Box. So go ahead and click on that. And then we're going to scroll down. We're going to scroll down back to where we were in day 10. Okay. So our attack box is starting up over here. It's going to take about 2 minutes for the machine to initialize. So we need to wait for this to finish initializing before we can interact with the system. But before that, let's take a look at what we're going to be doing in today's task. So on the attacker system, we're going to be doing the following. On the attack box, you need to carry out 2 steps. We need to create a document with an embedded malicious macro, and then we need to listen for incoming connections. So the first thing we want to do is we want to create the malicious document. The first step would be to embed a malicious macro within the document. Alternatively, you can use the Metasploit framework to create such a document, as this would spare us the need for a system with MS Office. So the attack box does not have MS Office installed, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to use the Metasploit framework to create this document for us. You will use the Metasploit framework to create the document with the malicious macro. This requires the following commands. So what we need to do is you need to open a terminal window and run msf console to start the Metasploit framework. Okay, so we need to wait on the attack box to finish initializing before we can take the next step. But in the meantime, let's watch a fun little bird video so that we can pass the time. Alright, so we've got our bird video. Okay, this video I like to call the greedy sparrow. So we've got a sparrow in this video, and the sparrow isn't letting anybody else come near the food at the bird feeder, and so he's just flapping his wings and asserting his dominance, and he's not letting anybody else get any of this food. But yeah. Anyways, the machine is finished initializing, so we're going to put away the bird video for now. Okay, so we see here that the attack box machine has finished initializing. So what we want to do is we want to dismiss this terminal window here, and we can do that by clicking into the window and then hitting the Enter key to dismiss the window. Alright, so we also want to start up our own terminal window, and we can just double click on this shortcut over here, start up a terminal window. So we've got a terminal window over here. What we need to do is we need to run the msf console command to start up the Metasploit framework. So we're just going to do that. msf console, hit enter. So it's going to take a few moments for this to finish loading up. The first thing we're going to do inside the framework is we're going to give this command over here. Set payload Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. And this is going to specify the payload to use, and in this case it's going to connect to a specified host and create a reverse shell. So we're going to copy this command over here, and I'm not sure if we can paste this directly into the console or not. We're going to find out in a little bit. We just need to wait for the Metasploit framework console to finish loading up. Okay, and I think we are finished loading. Are we finished loading? Just a second. So I'm just going to try to determine if we can paste into here. Can we paste? No, we cannot paste. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. So after you copy the command over here, what we're going to do is we're going to open up the little control bar over here, and then we're going to click on the clipboard. In the clipboard over here, we're going to paste in the command that we want to run, and then we're going to highlight it, and then we're going to close the clipboard. And then now we can click into our terminal window and paste in our command over here. So the command is set payload Windows interpreter reverse TCP. Hit enter to give that command. And the next command is going to be this one over here. So use exploit multi file format Office Word macro. So this module over here is going to specify the exploit you want to use. Technically speaking, this is not an exploit. It is a module to create a document with a macro. So go ahead and copy the command over here, and then we're going to go over to our control bar. We're going to replace the previous clipboard with this command over here, and then highlight it. And then inside the Metasploit framework, click in there, paste in the command, and then hit enter. Okay, so after that, we're going to set our configuration for this exploit. So the first thing we need to do is we need to set the IP address that's going to be contacted by the macro, and this is going to specify the IP address of the attacker system. The attacker system is the attack box system over here, and we have the IP address 10.10.557. You are probably not going to have the same IP address, but it's going to be different for everybody. So we're going to highlight this command and copy it, and then we're going to paste into our clipboard here. Then we're going to paste in the command over here, and then hit enter. Alright, and then the next command is set lport 8888. This is going to specify the port number that you're going to listen on for incoming connections on the attack box. So we're going to set this. We're just going to type it in manually. It's not very long. Set lport space 8888, and then hit enter. Okay, then we're going to show options, and it's going to show the configuration options to ensure that everything has been set properly. So for example, the IP address and the port number in this example. So we're going to show options, and we need to set these things. Required, yes. Alright, lport is correct, yes. lhost is correct, yes. lport is correct. Okay, great. I think we're ready. So the next command we're going to give is this exploit one. So it's going to generate the macro and embed it in the document. So this command is going to create the document. So you can do the exploit command. You can also use the run command. But exploit is more dramatic, so I guess we're going to use the exploit command. Hit enter. And then it's going to take... That didn't take as long as I thought it would take. Alright, so we have the malicious Microsoft Office document over here. It's msf.docm, and they wrote it into our attack box's directory over here at root.msf4 local mss.docm. Okay, the last command we're going to give is exit to quit and return to the terminal. So we're just going to give the exit command like this. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to copy. So we're going to be using this this document in a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this file path here, and then we're going to copy it to our current directory. So the current directory is root, and we're just going to use the copy command cp, and then paste in the file path there, and then we're going to use the dot afterwards to create this file copy this file to our current directory. So after we give that command, we see that the msf.docm file has been copied over to our current directory. So remember that this is the malicious MS Office file with the macro installed. Okay. In the terminal below, you can see the execution of the above steps. So we've already done all this here. So let's just scroll on by. So the created macro enabled document over here, we mentioned earlier how to create a macro within a MS Word document. You might be interested to see the contents of the file created by MSF console. In the screenshot below, we can see the different procedures and functions that make up this macro. The attack box doesn't have MS Office installed, for this section, you only need to read along. Okay, so the macro is over here. I think I can make this this larger over here. Yeah. Okay, so this is an example of what the macro looks like inside the MS Office document over here. So we're just going to read along to see what this macro does. So we've got auto open. This triggers the macro automatically when a Word document is opened. It searches through the document's properties, looks for content in the comments field. The data saved using base64 encoding in the comments field is actually the payload. So the second thing it does is this base64 function. It converts the payload to its original form. In this case, it is an executable MS Windows file. And then it will do 3, execute for Windows. It's going to execute the payload in a temporary directory. It connects to the specific attacker's system IP address and port. The comments field is shown in the screenshot below. It is close to 100,000 characters in our case. So the macro, I think it's the macro that is 100,000 characters, or it might be the payload. So if you copy it and save it to a text file, you can convert it back to its original executable format using base64 as shown below. You can notice the size of the files. So over here, we're talking about the payload that is being executed. We're not going to illustrate this. You already expect this file to be connected to these. You already expect this file to connect to the specified IP address and port. If you would like to check its behavior in a sandbox, you can check the virus total report for a file that we created and uploaded. In this case, it attempts to connect to this IP address right here. And this is an example of the summary of this particular payload in the virus total website over here. So it processes created, shell commands, process tree. Okay. So it tries to connect via Metasploit, I guess, using this IP address right here on this port. All right. So next we're going to be listening for incoming connections. We will again use the Metasploit framework, but this time to listen for incoming connections when a target user opens our phishing Word document. This requires the following commands. Open a new terminal window and run MSF console to start the Metasploit framework. Okay, so in the attack box here, we're just going to clear the terminal, and then we're going to run the MSF console command again. Okay, so we're just going to wait for that to run, but in the meantime, let's read about what other commands we're going to run here. It says use multi-handler to handle incoming connections. And then we're going to set the payload to Windows Meterpreter versus TCP to ensure that our payload works with the payload used when creating the malicious macro. So we need to set up the listener over here inside of Metasploit. And we're going to, first of all, use this command here, use multi/handler. And that's going to switch us over to the this is going to switch us over to the listener handler over here. All right. So next we're going to set payload Windows / interpreter / reverse _ TCP, and then give that command. And then we're going to set our lhost to the attacker system over here. So this is the IP address of our attack box, set lhost, and then the IP of the attack box. So let's do that. Set lhost 10.10. Okay, and then we do that. And then we have to set our listening port. So the listening port is going to be port 8888 on our attack box system. So we're going to do set L port 8888 and then hit enter. Okay. We're going to show options like we did last time just to make sure that all of our options are set up correctly. So we're going to show options. Okay. So our L host is correct. Okay. And our L port is correct. All right. I think we're ready to go. So after we set up our listener over here, we need to use the exploit command to start listening for incoming connections to establish a reverse shell. So we're going to give the exploit command here, hit enter, and then it's going to tell us started reverse TCP handler on this IP right here on this port number. So the next thing we need to do is we need to email the malicious document. The malicious document has been created. All you need to do is send it to the target user. It is time to send an email to the target user, marta@sockmiss.thm. Mayor Malware has prepared the following credentials. So we've got an email address over here, info@socknas.thm, and a password, Mary Fishmiss. Notice how Mayor Malware uses a domain name that looks similar to the target users. This technique is known as typo squatting, where attackers create domain names that are nearly identical to legitimate ones in order to trick victims. On the attack box, start the Firefox web browser and head to this URL over here. Use the above credentials to log in. So what we're going to do is we're going to highlight this IP address and copy it. And then over in our control panel, we're going to go to the clipboard, get rid of what's already there, paste in the IP address, and then close the clipboard. And then we're going to start up the attack box's Firefox browser, which we can do by clicking on this button right here. So at the top of the screen, you should see the Firefox logo. Go ahead and click on that. And it should take a few moments for the attack box's web browser to start up. Okay, so after it started up, in the address bar here, we're going to click into it, and we're going to replace what's already there with this IP address. After we've done that, hit enter, and then we're going to need to log into the application. So we're going to use these credentials here to log in. info@socknas.thm, and the password is Mary Fishmiss! Exclamation point. Okay, then we click on login. Okay, so from here, this is like any web-based email client. What we're going to do is we're going to create a new email here. So this button over here, new message, and we're going to send it to marta@sockmiss.thm. So that is marta@sockmiss.thm. Okay. So for the subject, we're going to emulate an actual phishing email. It's going to say something like urgent action is required. Please respond immediately. Okay, and in the body of the email here, we're going to type in HackerFrogs like and subscribe. Okay. And afterwards, we need to send the we need to attach the malicious document to this phishing email. Okay, so this button over here is going to let us attach document, and it says no attachments here. I think we can attach a document. Let's see. I'm going to make this this window a little smaller so we can see some extra buttons. Okay, so now we can see the extra button here, and this button lets us attach files. So I was able to see this because I needed to make the window smaller, and the keyboard shortcut for that is Control-, just in case you want to know. Okay, so hit this button over here to attach the files, and we're just going to go over to our root, our home directory here. And in the home directory, there's this file that we copied over, which is called msf.docm. So go ahead and click on that. And I guess what we need to do is to double click on it. So click on that and then click on this button over here, which is going to open the document. Okay, so now the document is attached. So all we need to do is send this email with this button right over here. So it's this green button, it says send. Click on it. Okay, so now our email has been sent, and we're going to minimize our web browser here. Okay, so so we already sent off the malicious email over here. So exploitation. If everything works out, you will get a reverse shell after about 2 minutes. You can access the files and folders on the target system via the command line. You can use cat to display any text file. Okay, so we're just going to wait for the reverse shell connection to come back to us. And we should see something that looks kind of like this. Sending stage, something something, and it's going to be coming from the email server that we sent our email to. So just going to wait a little bit. I guess in the meantime we can take a look at more birds. Just gonna, let's see. So okay, it came back. So sending stage, these number of bytes from the target system over there. It says Meterpreter session 1 opened. Okay, so this is our own attack box over here that is reaching out to the vulnerable server over here. It has a timestamp, and what we need to do now is we need to drop into our reverse shell from Meterpreter. So we just need to give the shell command over here. So after that, we see that we are in the C Windows System32 directory. So what we're going to do is we're going to move into the administrators directory. So we're going to cd c backspace users / administrator / desktop, and this is where the flag file we need to access is going to be. Okay, so if we do dir after this, we're going to see that there is a flag file here, flag.txt. We need to read this file in order to complete the exercise. So we're just going to use this command, type space flag.txt, and this is the contents of the flag. We need to copy this. So we're just going to copy this. And Matt the Techie on YouTube says, I'm here. I was de-googling and migrated accounts. De-googling and migrated accounts. Could you explain what exactly that entails? Because I haven't heard of those actions before. But welcome to the stream. We're just going through the Advent of Cyber exercises over here, and yeah. Okay, so let's continue. All right. So what we need to do is we need to copy this over to our questions over here. So we're going to click on this control bar, click on the clipboard, and we're going to copy what's on the clipboard here. Afterwards, we're going to close out the control bar, and it asks us what is the flag value inside the flag.txt file that's located on the administrator's desktop. We're going to click in here and paste in this answer, submit it, and that is the correct answer. Alright, so the last thing we need to do is we need to just click on this button here. It says, if you enjoyed this task, feel free to check out our phishing module. Alright, and they've got a link to the phishing module on TryHackMe. We just need to click on complete, and the whole task turns green, which means we have finished the room. Thank you very much for watching this guided walkthrough for TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber event 2024. Day 10. Thank you very much for watching, and we will see you next time. Matt the Techie says, de-Googling means trying to get rid of Google's dependency on your life. I went from 5+ accounts to 2 accounts in a few hours. I had a lot of accounts over a bunch of years. Matt the Techie says, I had to resubscribe to my old subscriptions. Okay. I had to resubscribe to my old subscriptions. What exactly does that mean? Resubscribe to old subscriptions. But I definitely think that you shouldn't have more Google accounts than you absolutely need to, because it can get very messy very quickly. Yeah. Okay. So so we've finished our first TryHackMe Advent of Cyber task. So we're just going to terminate our machine over here, and then we're going to shut off the virtual machine associated with the room, which is over here. Matt the Techie said, I had a lot of subscriptions. Yeah, these days I only subscribe to channels that I'm really interested in, because the recommendations are going to show me a lot of the channels that I watch a lot of videos from anyways. You're talking about YouTube, right? We're not talking about something else, right? Okay. All right. So now that we've finished our first task over here, we're going to move on to our second piece of content for the day. And the second piece of content for today is we're going to be doing a little guided hacking exercise. And the guided hacking exercise for today is going to be against the VulNyx platform's robot challenge over here. So this is a Mr. Robot themed CTF box. Matt the Techie says, exactly, I went for good channels, yes, YouTube, and yeah, alright. I definitely am subscribed to more channels than I'd like to be subscribed to. I should probably go through my subscriptions and unsubscribe to a bunch of channels I don't watch anymore. Let's see, I'll stop. No, if you feel like chatting, I'm here to chat. But yeah, we're going to be going through a guided walkthrough for this Mr. Robot box. So the first thing we need to do is we need to start up the box, so I'm just going to do that. So these boxes need to be downloaded and deployed to our VM network before we can hack against them. So I'm just starting up the machine now. You can see it over here. And the good thing about these VulNyx machines is that they tell you which IP address that they occupy. So you don't have to go around and search for them inside your network. It's a bit of a quality of life thing, but it's very much appreciated. So we see here that the VM name is Robot, and the IP address is 10.10.280. Okay. Alright, so we're going to put this away, and then we're going to start our exercise. So once again, this is a guided walkthrough video for the VulNyx platform's robot machine, and let us begin. Alright, so the first thing we like to do when we do any of these CTF, box CTF exercises is we like to run an Nmap scan. So Nmap is a program that's going to let you know what ports are open on a particular server on your network. So we're going to specify the IP address of the machine we want to scan, and then we're going to specify that we want to scan all the ports with this argument here, -p dash. We want it to run very fast but not too fast with 4 threads with this argument here, -t4. We want Nmap to run very verbose, which means that it's going to send us information before the scan is over with this argument here, -vv, and we're going to run common scripts with -s capital C, and we're going to run versioning information with this flag here, -s capital V. Okay, so let's run the mnap scan. Okay, so immediately we see that there are 3 ports open on the target. There's port 80, there's port 22, and there's this unusual port, which is 27,017. So we're going to see what exactly is running on these 3 ports when the scan finishes in just a few moments. So we just need to wait for our scan to come back. I guess in the meantime, what we can do is Femyuk1 says, hello Femyuk1 on Twitch. Thank you very much for joining the stream. And I guess just for fun, let's do a little video redeem. I've got a bunch of these little video redeems on my channel. Stuff like this video redeem from South Park.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
All right, so Femyuk and Matt the Techie, I hope you're all having a great day. Okay, so we've got our scan results back, and let's see what is running on the system. So on port 80, over here, we have HTTP, which is the standard web server port. It's running Apache software 2.4.56. So this is relatively up to date. It is, yes, this is the HTTPD, the daemon, and the HTTP title is Hello Friend. So we're going to be checking this out in just a little bit, but let's take a look at what else is running on these ports. We also have port 22, which is running the SSH service. It's running OpenSSH software version 8.4, and the anomalous port over here on port 27,017 is running MongoDB, so the Mongo database service, and this is version 5.0.21. And we also see that this is a Debian Linux system that we can tell from this piece of information over here. So all right. So we know that this MongoDB, this database system, is working. MongoDB is different from typical database systems because it is not an SQL system. It is what is known as a NoSQL system. And Matt the Techie says, is Debian 11 installed from the SSH header? Okay. So the SSH header over here, Debian 11. Okay, this gives us a little more information about what kind of operating system is running in this environment. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to check out the web page. So we don't know if we have proper credentials to log into the database here. So we're going to take a look at the web server port, and we can do so from our web browser. So over here, we're just going to go over here, and we're going to access the web server at 0 to 80, and we see this handsome man over here, and this is the main character from Mr. Robot. So what we need to do in this case is we need to download this file. So this image actually has some information in it, and we're just going to right-click and copy the image link, and then we're going to go back to our terminal. In the terminal, we're going to download the file with wget. So we're just going to use wget and paste in the URL for the image, and that's going to download the image to our attacker system. So after that, we could use something like exiftool to take a look at the metadata for this file here. And inside the metadata here, there's a comment. It says backup Elliot. So backup Elliot indicates a directory path on the web application. So Matt the Techie says, is this like steganography? Matheteki also says where metadata is hidden in the data of the image. EXIF. Yes, so this is EXIF information, and you could call this steganography, although it's not exactly steganography in the classic sense, because this is very much in the open. But I guess you could call it a type of steganography. So we've got this. We have this web directory here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy this, and we're going to try to access this file path on the web server. So over here, we're going to paste in the file path, and we're going to make sure that we have our proper syntax. And then we have this this image of these. Well, this is also an image from the Mr. Robot show. So after we've discovered this particular endpoint, we can do some fuzzing. So what we're going to do is we're going to use GoBuster to fuzz this particular endpoint. So the endpoint here is backup Elliot, and we're going to try to find any extra subdirectories or any files inside of this directory by doing what is called directory busting. So the directory busting tool we're using is called GoBuster. So GoBuster is a very fast directory fuzzing tool, and we're going to run it with a particularly large word list over here, and we're going to run it against this endpoint here, backup Elliot. And in particular, what we're going to do is we're going to look for different file extensions. So with this argument here, we can specify the type of files that we're looking for. For example, we could look for PHP files, HTML, zip, back files, TXT files. So the problem here is that the more extensions you feed to GoBuster, the longer the scan is going to take. Each one of these extensions is going to increase the scan time by 100%, which means this would take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times as long as it would regularly take. But sometimes you really need to look for those files, and so this is necessary. Okay, so let's run the GoBuster scan. So we see here that we've found a couple of different endpoints. So this is a forbidden. This is also a forbidden. So code 403. We've got a couple of positive hits, code 200. We've got index.html, which is... MSEC has rated the channel with 4 viewers. Thank you very much, MSEC, for the raid. I saw MSEC working on Advent of Cyber materials a little bit earlier today. I assume that that's what MSEC was working on earlier today. And yeah, welcome raiders. I just finished some Advent of Cyber, and what we're doing is we're doing a bit of a guided walkthrough for this CTF machine over here. And the CTF machine is a Mr. Robot themed one from the VulNyx website. And if you want to take a look at it yourself, you can look at it over here on the VulNyx website. All right. So to anybody who doesn't know, my name is the Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity education content on Twitch and YouTube. And so I do little demonstrations like this one over here. So okay, so what did we just do? So we used the GoBuster tool to enumerate files and subdirectories on this endpoint that we found over here, backup Elliot, and we found this particular file right here called connect.back. So this is a backup file of some sort, and we definitely want to check this out. So what we're going to do is we're going to download this file using wget. So I'm just going to copy the this endpoint here, and then I'm going to go to another tab, and I'm just going to use wget and paste in the file that we want to get, which is the backup Elliot endpoint and backup Elliot subdirectory and the connect.back endpoint over here. So we download the file like this. And then what we want to do is we want to find out what's inside this file. So we can run the file command on connect.back. It's going to tell us that it is actually a PHP script in ASCII text. So what could be inside this PHP script? We can just read the file, and we see here that we have Mongo database credentials here. So this is for localhost, so I guess it's localhost to the system natively, and then an IP and a port over here. We've got a username, a password, and we have a database that we're going to be accessing, which is called Elliot. So we can use the MongoDB client on Kali Linux, and then we can access this information. So the command we're going to use is Mongo, and then the IP address, and then slash, and then the database we're going to access, which is Elliot. The username we're going to specify as Mongo, just like over here, and the password is MongoPass, just like this information over here. Okay, so go ahead and hit enter on that, and now we are accessing the Mongo database on the target server. So Mongo shell version, I think this is the client. This is the client, so this doesn't have anything to do with, yeah, the server is running this version over here. So MongoDB server version 5021. So it's important to take notes of these server versions, because sometimes you can come across an exploit that takes advantage of particular software versions. That's not what we need to do in this case. But let's access what's inside the database here. So we're going to give this command over here to show the different databases in the system, show DBs. So we only have one database here. It's the one called Elliot. So we're going to enter that database by using this command, use Elliot. Okay. And then we're going to find all of the different information inside the Elliot database with this command. And the command is db.elliot. So the name of the element, the name of the database, and then we're going to use the find function, and we're going to make it pretty with this additional function over here. So we see here that the only thing inside the database is this information here. So we got some information about this Elliot user. So the first name is Elliot, their surname is Alderson, their nickname is Mr. Robot, and their birth date is the 17th of September 1986. I think that's the format over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this information to build out a potential password list for this user over here, Elliot. And we're going to be using a particular script in order to do so. So let me introduce this script to you. So this is called the CUP password creation script. So the CUPP, Common User Passwords Profiler, is a script used to create custom password lists based on user information such as legal names, nicknames and aliases, birthdays, family member names, and more. So after entering the user info into the script, it creates a custom list of possible passwords based on different iterations of the data that we feed into the CUP script. So we're going to feed first name, last name, and birth dates and aliases, and it's going to make a custom list for potential passwords based on all this information right here. So in order to access the script over here, we're going to go and search for it. This is called the CUP password script. And if you're interested in taking a look at this script yourself, you can do so over here. Okay, so we've got the GitHub project for the CUP script. We're going to go to the code, and then we're going to copy the GitHub repository address. So after we've done that, we're going to go back to our terminal, and then here we're going to exit out of the MongoDB, and then we're going to git clone the repository here. Okay, So after that, we're going to enter the directory, which is called cup, and we see here that this is what we just downloaded here. We cloned the Git repository. We're going to run the cup script over here in interactive mode by giving the -i, and then we're going to give the information that we know about the Elliot user here. So we know that their first name is Elliot. We know that their surname is Alderson. We know that their nickname is Mr. Robot. We know that their birth date is 17091986. We do not know their partner's name, so we're just going to hit enter. We do not know we don't know any other information about this user, so we're just going to skip all this. Do you want to add some keywords about the victim? No. Do you want to add special characters at the end of words? No. Do you want to add some random numbers at the end of words? No. Do we want to go into elite mode? No. And we're going to save dictionary to elliot.txt, and we're going to create 1,614 words. Hyperspeed print, let's say yes. Okay, now load you Pistolero with elliot.txt and shoot. Good luck. Alright, so let's take a look at what this elliot.txt file is. So cat elliot.txt. Okay. So what the script does is it creates a bunch of different iterations of the information that is given to us. So we see here that Elliot here is spelled backwards, and then some numbers that are associated with the user's birthday. There are also common year numbers over here as well, going up until 2020. But I guess it hasn't been updated for to modern times. Otherwise, it would go up until 2024. But so it's got a lot of different iterations over here that we could use for potential passwords for the Elliot user. So what are we going to do with this? We're going to do some brute forcing. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to use the Hydra tool. So we're going to use the Hydra tool to try to brute force Elliot's password based on the elliot.txt list that we created here. So the user is going to be Elliot, and the password list that we're going to give to the Hydra tool here is going to be elliot.txt. And we need to give an IP address. In this case, it's 80. Okay. So this brute force attack is going to try to log in as Elliot using all of the different passwords in the elliot.txt file. And when it finds a match, it's going to tell us. So we're going to run the tool, and this is going to take a little while to run because SSH brute forcing is kind of slow. Ronan says, "Hey, is this a robot box?" This is a box that is based on the Mr. Robot show. Yes. So if you want to, there's a couple of different screenshots on the associated webpage that are from Mr. Robot. So there's this one over here, and they've got Elliot from the show over here. But Ronan, welcome to the stream. Let's do a fun little video redeem. This one is Hack the Planet. You might know what movie this is from.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, let's go back to the terminal. So the SSH brute force attack is going on right now. It's gonna take a while for this to come back, but in the meantime, what we can do is we can watch some bird videos. So these are videos from my bird feeder, and these are some Stellar Jays. Stellar Jays are my favorite little bird that come to the bird feeder. Matt the Techie says, I can talk about SSH if you want to learn about how to prevent this. So Matt the Techie, I think I know what you're talking about. So there's a certain script that that you can install on Linux servers, and it's called fail to ban. Yeah, Stellar Jays are from the West Coast, right? So these Stellar Jays, they look kind of like Blue Jays, but they're black on top instead of blue and white. And the script that we're talking about is called fail to ban. And what the fail to ban script does is that if there are failed logins from SSH, and they come, well, you can set how many failed logins will trigger the script. And what the script does is that it bans the IP address of whatever server failed to log in a number of times. So there might be 5 times, or it might be 10 failed logins that trigger the script, but the consequence is that whatever IP address caused the failed logins is going to be banned and will not be able to access the server. Yeah, it's an IP blocking script. So this is still going. So I've got a little bird feeder over here. I fill up this little bowl with peanuts and other seeds so that the birds can come and eat. I think this footage is from the summer, but it features one of my favorite Stellar Jays, which is the poor Stellar Jay with the broken leg. And I'm not sure if these birds can heal. Sometimes that broken leg can be healed. Sometimes they just have to live with it forever, which would be kind of unfortunate. But they come around, they gobble up all the peanuts, and they're not actually eating the peanut. Most of the time, they're not eating the peanuts. They're just gathering the peanuts, and then they fly off and they hide the peanuts somewhere, because these birds engage in something called caching. And food caching is where animals will go and hide food, and they'll come back and get the food when they later, if they can remember. So the SSH brute forcing is still going on. It's going to take... Okay, we got something over here. Alright, so Matt the Techie says, SSH will log by default. You can allow SSH to only run on certain ports. Allow root or not. Allow it to take only public keys. Matt the Techie also says you can use firewall D to block on whatever port interface, IP, subnet range, etc. food caching. But yeah, this is all accurate information. Thank you very much, Matt the Techie. But yeah, SSH is a lot of people don't think about SSH too much, but you can do a lot of configuration on SSH to make it more secure. But in this case, for this CTF box, we were able to do SSH brute forcing because there were no security measures in place, and we were able to log in as the Elliot user. Well, we were able to get the Elliot user's password because we created the custom password list using the cup script. So what we're going to do is we're going to break into the server as Elliot using this password. Alright, so we need to do SSH Elliot at the IP address here. It's going to ask for the password. We can just grab this password that we brute forced and then paste it in. And when we ask who we are the Elliot user. So we've successfully broken into a server, and whenever we break into a server on this channel, we put on the scary hacker voice.
Hey everybody, this is Scary Hacker Voice. Every time we break into a server, we have to put on Scary Hacker Voice and laugh maniacally. Then say, "We're in."
Okay, so let's see. Zerk says, hey, good morning. What are we grinding today? Scary Hacker Voice says, Matt the Techie, thank you very much. Yeah. We're just, well, when we're doing scary hacker person stuff, we have to put on the scary hacker voice. Alright. So let's continue. All right, so this so this box actually has a gauntlet for us to work through, and what we're going to do is we're going to find out what sudo permissions we have by giving this command right here, sudo l. And sudo l is going to tell us what elevated permissions we have for different commands. And in this case, user Elliot may run the following commands on Robot. As the Darlene user, with no password, they can run user bin sh. So what this means is that Matt the Techie says, this is the reason I stay sub. Small creators are goated. Well, I like to put a little bit of a dramatic flair into the content when I can. So this means that we can become the Darlene user because we can start up a shell as the Darlene user using sudo. So the way, I've got a little presentation on this. Just a second. Okay. So this is privilege escalation sudo sh, and sh is one of several shell programs on Linux Unix systems. If we're able to run sh with sudo, we're able to elevate our privileges with a command similar to one illustrated above rather, and we just need to give sudo sh to start up a shell. Matt the Techie says yes. Also, efforts tend to be better. Sudo sh. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, the harder, you only get what you give. You have to, you can't be boring when you're trying to entertain people. So, I try. Sometimes it comes out boring anyways, but I try a little bit. Okay, so we're going to give the command to become the Darlene user. So it's sudo, and then we have to specify the user, which is Darlene, and then the command, which is sh. So when we give this command, we're going to give this command in the context of the Darlene user and start up a shell. So when we give the command, we see the so sh is a very early shell program, so we don't have very much of a prompt. So all we see here is the $sign that says that we are a normal user. We ask who am I? It says we are Darlene. We can actually upgrade our shell a little bit with Python. So we're going to find out which Python program is running on this server. So there's Python 3. We can upgrade our shell a little bit by using Python 3, C, and then give this command here, import pty, and then pty.spawn bin bash. And that's going to give us a bash shell instead of an sh shell. So now we have a bash shell instead of an sh shell. So the next step is to figure out what Darlene can do. So we use sudo l to figure that out. And it says user Darlene may run the following commands on Robot. As Angela, the user Angela with no password, we can run Python 3. So we actually just illustrated how to create to elevate our privileges with Python 3. But let's take a further look. So this is privilege escalation sudo Python. Python is a very popular scripting language that can be used for a lot of different purposes. If we can run Python with sudo, then we can elevate our privileges by using commands similar to the one illustrated above. Let's see. So we've got sudo Python, and then give a command import os. So import this module here, and then give this os function over os module function system bin sh to open up an sh shell. Matt the Techie says, switch user Angela if you are rooted, if I recall correctly. Well, I mean, we're not root yet. So we're only in the context of the Darlene user, and there are a bunch of different users on the system. So the next thing we need to do is we need to sudo user Angela, and then we're going to do Python 3, and we're going to do the command import os, os dot, is it os system? OS system, right? OS system bin. Let's do bin bash instead of bin sh. Okay, and when we ask who am I, we're now the Angela user. Mathadeki says, I'm just pointing it out if you need it. Oh yeah, no problem, no problem at all. I appreciate the I appreciate all the input. It's just yeah, if I need to, I'll certainly try. Okay, so we're now the Angela user, and there are a couple more users to work through here. We're going to do sudo l again to figure out what privileges with sudo Angela has. And it says here that user Angela may run the following commands on robot. As the Tyrell user with no password, they can use user bin awk. So what is the awk program? Let's take a look. So privilege escalation sudo awk. Awk is a Linux Unix binary that can be used for text formatting. It is very useful when we want to manipulate or replace characters in command output. And Matt the Techie says it's like sed. Yeah, so what is it? Sed, awk, and what is the other one we use? Grep, sed, awk. There's also tr. There's a bunch of different text formatting binaries, which are very useful inside of Linux. JQ, I've never... Oh, I don't think I've... Oh, JQ, right. I think I've used that once. I do not use JQ very often. Is that only for JSON data, or is it for any type of data? But anyways, okay. Where were we? So it can be used to manipulate and replace characters in command output. And if we're able to use awk with sudo, we can escalate our privileges by using a command similar to the one illustrated above. So we can actually run different system commands inside of awk, which actually makes it vulnerable to privilege escalation if we're able to run awk in an elevated context. Okay, so sudo awk begin system bin sh. So I guess we're going to use this command over here to start up a sh shell as the Tyrell user. So we're going to do sudo u Tyrell, and it's going to be, let me get the command. So it's going to be awk and then begin system in here bin bash, and I think we need to encase this in double quotes. Yeah, okay, I think this is it. Okay, so we are now the Tyrell user. So Tyrell at robot. Who am I? We are now the Tyrell user. So I think this is the last one. This is the last one of this Matryoshka doll of different pseudo privilege escalations. So if we ask Tyrell what their pseudo permissions are on this box, user Tyrell may run the following commands on robot. As root, with no password, we can run user bin zzuf. So I actually didn't know what the zzuf binary was before doing this box. I had to do a little bit of research, and what the zzuf command is zzuf is a transparent application input fuzzer. It works by intercepting file operations and changing random bits in the program's input. zzuf's behavior is deterministic, making it easy to reproduce bugs. So it's basically a fuzzing program that you can run with different binaries to test the limits, to do limit testing or to do security testing. It's an input fuzzer, yes. So zzuf's program is an application input fuzzer, which can be used to test the security and stability of different programs. If we can use the ZZUF program with sudo, we can escalate privileges by using a command like the one illustrated above. So we just run ZZUF with the bash shell, and then we're going to open up a bash shell. And because we're using sudo, it's going to open up a root bash shell. So let's do that. So we just need to do, let's clear off. So sudo ZZUF bash. When we ask who am I, it says we are now root. So we've now rooted the box, which means we give this redeem.
What are you?
I'm system root.
So that is a scene from the 1989 Batman movie. If you saw that movie in the movie theater as it came out, then you're probably really old because it's from 1989. Alright, so we're very close to finishing today's exercise. All we need to do is we need to move into the root directory, and then we need to read this file right here, which is called root.txt. Only we're not going to read the root.txt file because the organizers at the VulNyx website have requested that people doing write-ups and videos on their machines not reveal the contents of the flags. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to redirect the output from catroot.txt into a file called iReadRoot.txt, and then we're going to run md5 sum on both of those files. And we're going to do that to prove that we actually read the file and had access to it. Does that MD5 sum doesn't look like it's the same. I read root.txt, root.txt, they're both 33. Okay, let's try that again. MD5 sum root.txt I read root.txt. They are the same file size. I don't understand why they wouldn't have the same MD5 sum. Oh, maybe because the file permissions are not the same. But regardless, I was able to access the root.txt file and then redirect the output into another file, which means I was able to access the file. So I've effectively finished the exercise, although I'm not... Usually this works. Usually when I do MD5 sum on both of these files, it gives us the same MD5 hash. So, that's a bit of a mystery. If anybody knows, please let us know in the video comments. But that was a guided walkthrough for the VulNyx Robot machine on VulNyx.com. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time. But we're not finished. That was just the outro for my YouTube video that I'm going to make. Anyways, let's let's get rid of this iRead root. Let's get rid of this iRead root.txt file, and then let's get out of here. Okay, so we did all this stuff over here. We privilege escalated like 5 times in order to root the machine, but we did it. Okay. Alright, so everybody, the next task is going to be doing some more Advent of Cyber stuff from TryHackMe.com. So if you have not been to TryHackMe.com in a while, they're currently doing a Christmas event, or an Advent event. I guess it's a holiday event, you could call it, if you want to be politically correct. And you can find it over at this page over here. They're doing a different challenge each day for all the days in December leading up until Christmas. We're currently on day 11, and we're doing Wi-Fi attacks. So if you ever wanted to learn about how to hack Wi-Fi, then this task actually has a pretty good a pretty good little practice scenario that you can try, and we're using a pretty well-known little piece of software to do so. Ken PDX is now a HackerFrog. Thank you very much for joining the HackerFrogs, Ken PDX, and welcome to the stream. Matt the Techie says, I remember WPS pin attacks. Yeah, I think it's kind of similar. So if you want to follow along yourself, you don't need to have a paid subscription to TryHackMe to do the exercise. Thon HY says, best regards for you, thank you very much. And WP2, I'm guessing. I think, yeah, so the modern types of Wi-Fi aren't susceptible to this kind of attack that we're going to be doing in this task, but older ones are. So let's begin. So this is a guided walkthrough for TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber 2024 event, day number 11, which is also known as Task 17. So the task is called, if you'd like to WPA, press the star key. Alright, so this is the much-awaited sock miss of Wareville Town is just days away. Glitch, the unsung hero, is closing all the doors to Mayor Malware's malicious intentions one by one. However, there is still much to do. McSkitty took a thoughtful breath. Mayor can still find his way in. Glitch smiles confidently. I think I know the last technique he relies on to get into the networks. McSkitty stands up from her chair with a surge of excitement. Let me guess, it's a notorious way to get into a network, a Wi-Fi attack. Glitch nods decisively. Exactly. Let's be one step ahead of the mayor. So, in today's exercise, our learning objectives are: understand what Wi-Fi is, explore its importance for an organization, learn different Wi-Fi attacks, and learn about the WPA2 cracking attack. Alright, Carrie Bloodrose is raiding with a party of one. Thank you very much for the raid, Carrie Bloodrose. And they're trashing our rights, man. They're trashing the flow of data. They're trashing. Hack the planet. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Matt the Techie says, it's freemium. Yeah. Yeah. TryHackMe is a freemium service, so they've got a bunch of stuff. They have a lot of free stuff at tryhackme.com. I really like using the service, but if you are interested in some of their more advanced modules, you can also pay about, I think it's something in the neighborhood of $12 or $15 US per month, and then you can get access to all the different materials on tryhackme.com. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good investment if you want to learn a lot of stuff. All right, so connect to the machine. Before moving forward, review the questions in the connection card shown below. Do we need to start the attack box today? Yes. Do we need to start a VM today? Yes. Are we given credentials to connect directly to the VM via RDP, VNC, or SSH? Yes. So to begin the exercise, we need to start up two VMs. So the first VM we can start by clicking on this Start Machine button over here. And the second VM we need to use to do today's task is we need to start up the attack box, which is a cybersecurity VM that is very similar to Kali Linux, but distinct for some reason. And we can start up that VM by clicking on this button over here at the top of the page called Start Attack Box. So Carrie Bloodrose says, I did day 11 already. It was fun. Yeah, I actually went through the exercise once to make sure that I could do it on stream because I don't want to flail through the room and look like a dummy. So I just I did a little quick walkthrough of my own. So what are we doing here? Okay, so I see, let's see, we've got ads coming in just a little bit. So just for the benefit of everybody watching, we're gonna delay moving forward for a couple of minutes while we're just waiting on the ads to start playing. Ads are a necessity on Twitch but people who are watching on YouTube don't have to watch them. Gary Bloodrose says, about to decompress a little, so being being lurky right now. Let's see. Femyak1 says, I'm currently at task 10, but will follow along with this one. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the hug, Gary Bloodrose. Thank you very much. Alright, so the ads are going to start in just a little bit. If you're watching on YouTube, you're not going to see these ads. But instead, we're going to play a little bird video while the ads play on Twitch. So, what bird video are we going to do here? I'm liking this one over here. So let's So the ads on Twitch are going to start in just a little bit. So once again, this is my bird feeder. This is actually my current bird feeder, where I cut off all the little prongs over here, so the birds can get a little bit better access to the bird feeder. So this Stiller's Jay is he's trying to find a way to get this peanut into his mouth, but he's not succeeding. Femwalk1 says, you need frog videos. Yeah, I do need frog videos. Matt the Techie says, is this a Twitch thing or a monetization thing? This is, well, after you get beyond a certain size on Twitch, they force ads on you. So, if your Twitch account is over a certain size, you will always have ads on your Twitch streams. But I guess that's just the price of admission over here. These ads are monetized, but I don't have very many viewers, so I don't actually earn too much from having ads play on my... I need frogs. Well, if you could get frogs into my area so that I can film them, then I'll certainly do that. But I think I get like a penny or maybe 2 pennies for each viewer on Twitch when the ads play, so it's not really worth it. But I guess if I had a larger audience, then it would be much more worth it to play ads. And these are not ads that I choose to play. These are required. So I think this Stellar J is gonna dig up some peanuts. So the interesting thing about the Stellar Jays is that for the shelled peanuts here, they shake the peanuts to figure out which peanut they want to choose. So they'll just shake them up a little bit, and then they'll fly off. Shake those nuts, right? Not that we encourage anything, weird or anything. They're just shaking the nuts. Okay, so our ads are done, so we can continue on with our task. Let's put the birds away. Okay, so let's see. The burbs shake the nuts. Well, that's they're shaking the peanuts specifically. Let's let everybody know that they're shaking peanuts. Okay, so let's continue on. All right, so what is Wi-Fi? The importance of the internet in our lives is universally acknowledged without the need for any justification. Wi-Fi is the technology that connects our devices to the global network, the internet. This seamless connection to the internet appears to be wireless from our devices, which is true to some extent. Our devices are connected wirelessly to the router, which acts as a bridge between us and the internet, and the router is connected to the internet via wired connection. To connect to Wi-Fi, we can turn it on from our devices, and it lists all available Wi-Fi networks around us. This list comprises the access points, often the routers, that are broadcasting Wi-Fi signals with a unique SSID, or network name. You can connect to any of these if you know the correct password, also known as a pre-shared key, or PSK. Once you have successfully connected to the network via Wi-Fi, you will be assigned an IP address inside that network, which will uniquely identify you and help you communicate with other devices. It is just like becoming a member of a family assigned with a name that the whole family trusts. The image below shows an example of what connecting to an OK443S SID requiring a PSK password looks like on a typical Windows machine. So this is the name of the network over here. You need to enter the password over here, and then you can connect. With all this discussion on Wi-Fi, it seems like a door to our internet access, and every Wi-Fi connection forms a family of devices. Would you allow somebody you don't know to become a part of your family? Not that easy. Probably because of the privileges a family member has, nobody from outside should ever get those. Wi-Fi's pivotal role in organizations. Most organizations rely on the internet for their business functioning. Using a wired connection for all employees to connect to the internet raises concerns about cost, efficiency, and flexibility at work. So organizations use Wi-Fi for their networks to connect their employees to the internet. As the employees connect to their organization's network, they form a family of interconnected devices. The devices inside the network can communicate with each other and request or respond to any requests. Organizations tend to recruit trustworthy and professional employees to avoid any misuse of their privileges inside the network. However, a malicious actor from outside the organization could still see the broadcasted Wi-Fi SSID of the organization's network when they turn their Wi-Fi on. This may not seem like a problem as the attacker does not know the password, but the attacker actually has some other plans as well. Attacks on Wi-Fi. There are several techniques attackers use to exploit Wi-Fi technology. The techniques discussed here are solely for education purposes. Unauthorized attempts to access or compromise networks are illegal and may lead to severe legal consequences. With that in mind, here are some of the most popular techniques. The evil twin attack. In this attack, the attacker creates a fake access point that is a similar name to one of your trusted Wi-Fi access points. Of course, it cannot be the exact same. If the trusted Wi-Fi's name is Home Internet, the attacker creates a fake Wi-Fi access point named Home Internet, or something similar that is difficult to differentiate. The attacker starts with the attacker sending deauthentication packets to all the users connected to their legitimate Wi-Fi access points. The users would face repeated disconnections from the network after this. With frustration, the users are likely to open their Wi-Fi access points list for troubleshooting and will find the attacker's Wi-Fi, and with almost similar name and with greater signal strength, they would go to connect to it, and once connected, the attacker could see all of their traffic to or from the internet. Matt the Techie says, anyone can hack into a building close to a target, then pivot via laptop. Don't do it, obviously. So I think what we're talking about is the evil twin attack. You could do this. You could go to the lobby of any business, and you could create a similar Wi-Fi network and then de-auth all the other users off the network and then try to get them to connect to your evil twin over here. Obviously, don't do this because it's illegal. Okay, next one is the rogue access point. The attacker's objective is similar to the one of the evil twin attack. In this attack, the attacker sets up an open Wi-Fi access point near or inside the organization's physical premises to make it available to users with good signal strength. The users inside the organization may accidentally join their network if their devices are set to connect automatically to open Wi-Fi. The attacker can intercept all their communication after the users connect to this rogue access point. Next is the WPS attack. Wi-Fi Protected Setup, WPS, was created to allow users to connect to their Wi-Fi using an 8-digit PIN without remembering complex passwords. However, this 8-digit PIN is vulnerable in some networks due to its insecure configuration. The attack is made by initiating a WPS handshake with the router and capturing the router's response, which contains some data related to the PIN and is vulnerable to brute force attacks. Some of the captured data is brute forced, and the PIN is successfully extracted along with the pre-shared key PSK. Let's see. Ken PDX says, why can't you use the exact same name? If your signal is stronger, it will still work, right? I think I'm not exactly sure how these naming conventions work and what happens if there are networks with the same name on within range. It could be that the one with the network with the stronger signal would take precedence, or there would be some sort of weird. There'd be Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how it works, but it's probably not a good idea to have two networks with the same name operating at the same time. Matt the Techie says it will connect to the strongest one and freak out thinking that there's more than one router like a mesh network. Then DHCP will freak out. Yeah, yeah. Um, it's just a bad practice to have two networks with the same name because all sorts of weird stuff is going to happen. Ken PDX says many legitimate setups have multiple access points with the same SSID. I think I think in the case where there are a lot of different networks that are operating in the same area, they'll probably find some way to differentiate them. They'll probably number them. So they'll have they'll number them from with letters or numbers, and they're probably not going to have the same network with the same IDs operating in the same area. It just doesn't seem very it doesn't seem like a good idea. Anyways, okay, so the last thing is WPA and WPA2 cracking. So Wi-Fi Protected Access, WPA, was created to secure wireless communication. It uses a strong encryption algorithm. However, the security of this protocol is heavily influenced by the length and complexity of the pre-shared key. While cracking WPA, attackers start by sending deauthentication packets to a legitimate user of the Wi-Fi network. Once the user disconnects, they try to reconnect to the network, and a four-way handshake with the router takes place during this time. Meanwhile, the attacker turns its adapter into monitor mode and captures the handshake. After the handshake is captured, the attacker can crack the password by using brute force or dictionary attacks on the captured handshake file. Okay, so what else? Matt the Techie says DHCP isn't the same is more of the issue. BSSID can be configured and in a mesh network is done automatically. Ken PDX says they do though, I see it all the time. Matt the Techie says yes. So this isn't my my field of expertise, and one thing I really wanted to learn more about is about Wi-Fi technology and how exactly this all works. Well, both from a hacking perspective and from a purely theoretical perspective as well. But yeah, today we're going to be learning about how to do this WPA2 cracking. So McSkitty looks to Glitch and asks, what kind of attack are you thinking of demonstrating, Glitch? Glitch paces back and forth before coming to a sudden stop and says, today I will be showing you how the WPA2 cracking attack works. Matt the Techie says, I'm crashing out, but a BSSID isn't an SSID, it's the MAC address. I apologize if I'm blacking out. Matt the Techie, if you need to go and have a rest, please do. I don't want you to stick around if you're not having a good time. And by having a good time, I mean getting some proper rest. But thank you very much for all of your comments today. I really appreciate it. Okay. So WPA2 cracking. As mentioned above, this cracking begins by listening to Wi-Fi traffic to capture the four-way handshake between the device and the access point. Since waiting for a device to connect or reconnect can take some time, the authentication packets are sent to disconnect the client, forcing it to reconnect and initiate a new handshake, which is captured. After the handshake is captured, the attacker can crack the password by using brute force or dictionary attacks on the captured handshake file. Okay, Matt the Techie says, I'm a head off. Thank you very much for coming to today's stream, Matt the Techie. Let's send you out with the Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
And yeah, get some good rest, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Okay, so we're talking about the four-way handshake. The WPA password cracking process involves capturing a Wi-Fi network's handshake to attempt a PSK decryption. First, an attacker places their wireless adapter into monitor mode to scan for networks, then targets a specific network to capture the four-way handshake. Once the handshake is captured, the attacker runs a brute force or dictionary attack using a tool like aircrackng to attempt to match a word list against the passphrase. The WPA four-way handshake is a process that helps a client device, like your phone or laptop, and a Wi-Fi router confirm that they both have the right password or pre-shared key before securely connecting. Here's a simplified rundown of what happens. Router sends a challenge. The router or access point sends a challenge to the client asking to prove it knows the network's password without directly sharing it. Client responds with encrypted information. The client takes this challenge and uses a PSK to create an encrypted response that only the router can verify it also has the correct PSK. Router verifies and sends confirmation. If the router sees the client's response match what it expects, it knows that the client has the right PSK. The router then sends its own confirmation back to the client. Final check and connection established. The client verifies the router's response, and if everything matches, they finish setting up the secure connection. This handshake doesn't directly reveal the PSK itself, but involves encrypted exchanges that depend on the PSK. The vulnerability. The vulnerability lies in the fact that an attacker can capture this four-way handshake if they're listening when a device connects. With the handshake data, they can use it as a basis to attempt offline brute force or dictionary attacks. Essentially, they try different possible passwords and test each one to see if it would produce the captured handshake data, eventually cracking the PSK if they get a match. The practical. On our current SSH session, run the command iwdev. This will show any wireless devices in the configuration that we'll have available for us to use. Okay, so this is the part where we have to connect to the vulnerable machine from the attack box. So let's go back up. So we've got some SSH credentials over here that we need to use to connect to the machine. So inside our attack box terminal here, we're going to click into the terminal and exit. And what we're going to do is we're going to create two terminals to connect to via SSH. So we're going to create one terminal. And I'm going to resize the window. Okay. And then I'm going to make this so that it takes up half the screen. And then I'm going to create another terminal window. So this other terminal window is going to take up the other half of the screen. And in both of these windows, we're going to connect to the victim server with SSH. Okay, so on the top window, we're going to do SSH glitch at the IP address. And the IP address is located over here. And we're going to, when we're asked, we're going to provide this password 321. Okay, we answer yes here. We provide the password 321. And we're now logged in. So we're going to do the same thing with the terminal on the bottom. So over here, SSH glitch at this IP address. And we're going to provide the password 321. Okay. All right. So after we've done this and we see glitch at Wi-Fi on both of these terminals here, we can continue. So we're just going to go back down to where we were before. Okay, on our current SSH session, run the command iwdev. This will show any wireless devices in the configuration that we have available for its use. Okay, so iwdev. Okay, so this is the interface here. It's called WLAN2. It's got an address of this over here. Type managed. All right. So the device interface WLAN2 is available to us, and there are two important details to take away from this output that it will be useful for us. One, the address is the MAC BSSID of the device. BSSID stands for Basic Service Set Identifier, and it's a unique identifier for a wireless device or access point's physical address. So the type is shown as managed. This is a standard mode used by most Wi-Fi devices, laptops and phones, to connect to Wi-Fi networks. In managed mode, the device acts as a client, connecting to an access point to join a network. There is another mode called monitor, which we'll discuss shortly. Now we would like to scan for nearby Wi-Fi networks using our WLAN2 device. We can do this command over here, and this command over here. Okay, so let's give the command. So it's going to be sudo iwdev wlan2 scan. The dev WLAN2 is going to specify the wireless device that you want to work with, and scan tells IW to scan the area for available Wi-Fi networks. Okay, so what do we receive over here? So these are the interfaces over here. So it's looking for Wi-Fi networks. So we've got one SSID. It's called malware MAP. All right. There's a lot of information to dissect here, but here are the most important details to indicate that this device is an access point. The BSSID and SSID of the device are this device, this value over here, and malware MAP respectively. Since the SSID is shown, this means the device is advertising a network name, which access points do to allow clients to discover and connect to the network. The presence of an RSN, Robust Security Network, indicates that the network is using WPA2, as RSN is part of the WPA2 standard. WPA2 networks typically use RSN to define the encryption and authentication settings. The group and pairwise ciphers are CCMP. Counter mode with cipher blockchain messaging authentication code protocol, CCMP, is the encryption method used by WPA2. The authentication suites available inside of RSN is PSK, indicating that this is a WPA2 personal network, where a shared password is used for authentication. Another important detail is the DS parameter set value, which shows channel 6. The channel, in terms of Wi-Fi, refers to a specific frequency range within the broader Wi-Fi spectrum that allows wireless devices to communicate with each other. There are various Wi-Fi channels, and they all help distribute network traffic across various frequency ranges, which reduces interference. The two most common Wi-Fi channels are 2.4 GHz and 5 GHz. In the 2.4 GHz band, channels 1, 6, and 11 are commonly used because they don't overlap, minimizing interference. In the 5 GHz band, there are many more channels available, allowing more networks to coexist without interference. Now would be a good time to discuss another type that we can use on some wireless devices, monitor mode. This is a special mode primarily used for network analysis and security auditing. In this mode, the Wi-Fi interface listens for all wireless traffic on a specific channel, regardless of whether it is directed at the device or not. It passively captures all network traffic within range for analysis without joining a network. If we want to check if our WLAN2 interface can use monitor mode, we want to check if our W2LAN interface can use monitor mode. To achieve this, we will run this command. So let's run the command. It is sudo IP link set dev WLAN to down to turn our device off. Okay. After we do that, we will then switch modes with sudo iw dev WLAN to set type monitor. To change it to monitor mode, then we turn our device back on with sudo IP link set dev WLAN to up. Okay, so we powered off our interface, and then we set it to monitor mode, and then we powered our interface back up again. We can confirm that our interface is in monitor mode with this command over here, sudo iw dev WLAN to info. Okay, and we say that it's monitor mode because it says type monitor. Now let us create one more SSH session. We want to have two separate terminals in order to see clearly how this attack works. Okay, so we've got the two SSH terminals here. On the first terminal, we'll start by capturing Wi-Fi traffic in the area, specifically targeting the WPA handshake packets. We can do this with the command sudo arrow dump ng WLAN 2. This command provides a list of nearby Wi-Fi networks, SSIDs, and shows important details like signal strength, channel and encryption type. This information is already known for us from previous commands. Note that by default, arrow dump ng will automatically switch the selected wireless interface into monitor mode if the interface supports it. Okay, so at the top over here, let's run the command sudo arrow dump ng WLAN 2. The output reveals the information we already knew before, such as the BSSID, SSID, and the channel. So we've got the BSSID right here. I don't see an SSID, but maybe that comes later. And the channel? I'm not getting as much information as what is shown here. However, in this particular output, we're also given the channel where our target SSID is listening, channel 6. I don't see this yet. Femic1 says, mine is on the right, maybe resizing the terminal screen. Resizing the terminal screen, okay. So maybe I can make this, so I'm going to turn this off for a second, and then I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. And then I'm going to resize this. And then I'm going to run this again. Okay, now we can see this information here. Great. I just needed to make my interface a little bit smaller. Okay, this command provides a list of nearby Wi-Fi networks. All right. So the output reveals the information we already knew before. Now we will focus on the malware MAP access point and capture the WPA handshake. This is crucial for the PSK cracking process. First, in the current terminal, let us cancel arrow dump ng using Control-C, okay? And then execute the command sudo arrow dump ng channel 6 BSSID, okay. So it's going to be sudo arrow dump ng channel 6 -- BSSID. Okay. Did I make a spelling mistake? A typo? BSS ID requires an argument. Oh, okay. I didn't complete the command. So we need this information over here. Right. Okay, let me copy this. And then I'm going to put this in the clipboard. And I'm going to paste it in. Okay. Let's give this command. So this command targets the specific network channel and MAC address, BSS ID, of the access point for which you want to capture the traffic and save the information to a few files that start with the name output file. These files will be used to crack the PSK. The ultimate goal of this command is to capture the four-way handshake. It will first check for any clients that may have connected to the access point. If a client is already connected, then we can perform a deauthentication attack. Otherwise, for any new client that connects, we will capture the four-way handshake. In this particular scenario, a client is already connected. The output will look the same at first until we receive the information about the connected client, which will be displayed at the bottom of their output. It is important to leave this command running until we are done with the attack. Okay, so we're going to leave this command running. It should take between 1 and 5 minutes before receiving the client information. In our case, it will show like this. So we need to wait for this to show up over here. Lost, frames, notes, and probes. Oh, there's an add-in process on Twitch. Okay, so we're just going to wait a little bit for the ads to pass on Twitch. But in the meantime, let's watch some more bird videos. And let me see if I can get a good one. Okay, so we've got ads going on for about another minute or so. So let's take a look at what the birds are doing. Okay, so this bird, this is kind of a tragic video. This bird comes around. He's super hungry. He's looking for some peanuts. He's gonna start gobbling some down. The bird's all wet. It's a really rainy day. But in just a few seconds, there's going to be another bird that comes around that ruins this bird's day. Starts eating a peanut, but then he sees another bird coming in. And this bird is going to bully the other bird. So the bird hops up, it's flapping its wings, it's making the other bird really sad. So I've never seen birds bully each other before, but I guess this is something that happens in nature. Anyways, okay, the ads are over on Twitch now, so we're gonna go back to our lesson. But that's you see all sorts of weird stuff happening at the feeder if you stick around long enough. Okay. Note that the station section shows the device's BSSID MAC of this right over here that is connected to the access point. This is a connection that we will be attacking. Now we are ready for the next step. So we actually haven't received this information yet. So we have to wait for this. KenPDX says, when they do that on the telephone wire, it's called online bullying. Yeah, that's a great joke. KenPDX, are you a dad by any chance? Because that's a very dad joke. All right, so we need to wait for this to wait for this information right here. Or do we? Is this? How did I? Well, I just kind of guessed from your joke. Is what I did. So let's see. The BSS ID should be this one over here. So we haven't actually gotten the connection. On the second terminal, we will launch the deauthentication attack. Because the client is already connected, we want to force them to reconnect to the access point. Forcing it to send the handshake packets. We'll break this down into 3 simple steps. So step 1 is the deauthentication packets. The tool AirPlay RNG sends the deauthentication packets to either a specific client, a target attack, or to all clients connected to an access point, which is a broadcast attack. These packets are essentially disconnect commands that force the client to drop its current Wi-Fi connection. 2. Forcing a reconnection. When the client is disconnected, it automatically tries to reconnect to a Wi-Fi network. During this reconnection, the client and access point perform the 4-way handshake as part of the reauthentication process. 3. Capturing the handshake. This is where arrow dump NG comes into play, because it will capture this handshake as it happens, providing the data needed to attempt the WPA2 cracking. So we're going to do this with sudo, so we're going to use this command over here, and the 0 flag indicates that we're using the deauthentication attack, and the 1 value is the number of deauths to send. The -A indicates that the BSS ID of the access point, and C indicates the BSS ID of the client to deauthenticate. So we still haven't received the information from the other BSS ID, so I'm not sure if we're supposed to give this command right now, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try this command. And we're going to be doing this from the second terminal over here, this one down below. So first let me resize the windows. And then in the bottom terminal here, I'm going to paste in the command, and I'm going to send this command. Okay, so we sent the deauthentication packets. So let's see. Okay. So we've got something new over here. Now if we look back on our first terminal, we will see the WPA handshake shown on the top right of our output as WPA handshake and this over here. So do we see it? Top right of our output, top right. Okay, so yeah, there it is right there. WPA handshake. All of this information is being saved into our output files. That's great. In the second terminal, we can use the captured WPA handshake to attempt our crack at the WPA2 passphrase. We will be performing a dictionary attack in order to match the passphrase against each entry in the specified word list file. A shortened version of the infamous rocky.txt word list has already been provided for us to use. This is located in the home glitch directory, which is the directory we're in, I think. If the passphrase is weak and appears in the word list, it will eventually be cracked. The command sudo so use this command over here. This is going to do it for us. Where the -A2 flag indicates the WPA2 attack mode, and the -B indicates the BSS ID of the access point, and the -W flag indicates the dictionary list to use for the attack. Finally, we select the output files that we will be using, which contain the 4-way handshake that we will be cracking. Okay, so let's copy the command and use it. Okay, copy it. Then go over to here. Paste in the command, highlight it. And then at the bottom over here, we're going to clear and then paste in the command. Okay, and then we're going to issue the command. So very quickly, it was able to determine what the key was. So the key is fluffy/champ24. Now if you get, okay, so this doesn't apply. So with the PSK, we will now join the malware M AP access point. In a typical engagement, we would do this to inspect the new network. or in some cases, joining the access point is enough to show the impact. First, press Ctrl-C on the terminal that has arrow dump ng running in order to stop the program. Okay, so at the top over here, we're going to Ctrl-C. We do this because we will not be able to join the Wi-Fi network while arrow dump ng is running due to the fact that we are actively using the interface in monitor mode. We will then execute the following commands. Okay, so this command right here is the first one. And at the top, we're going to paste in the command. No, I need to use the control panel again. Okay, so the control panel over here. We need to get rid of this and paste in the other command. Then over here, we're going to paste it in. Okay, so in this command here, we have to put our own PSK over here. So the PSK is fluffy/champ24. Okay, we're going to issue this command now. And then we're going to give the second command, which is this one. Give the second command. Okay, it says successfully initialized WPA supplicant. Cannot get Wi-Fi information. Okay, so if you get a cannot get Wi-Fi information error, you can ignore it. You will also notice that WPA supplicant has automatically switched our WLAN 2 interface into managed mode. Giving it about 10 seconds and checking the wireless interfaces once again with the iwdev command shows that you have joined the malware MAP SSID. Okay, so at the bottom over here, we're going to give the command iwdev, and we see that we are It doesn't look like we are on the malware MAP SSID. Let's try that again. ID dev. Oh, we need to do it from the top one. iwdev. No? Did I? Maybe we need to give this command over here without the single quotes. So let's try that again. So we're going to give this command over here without the single quotes. And then we're going to run the other command. And then we're going to do iwdev. I'm not too sure why. So interface WLAN 2, it should say SSID malware MAP. Not too sure why it doesn't. Okay, so I'm going to try some... Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try these commands again. So the commands are sudo IP link set dev WLAN 2 down. Let's take the device offline, and then We're going to set this into managed mode again. Device or resource busy. I thought I took it down. Okay, so we're in monitor mode right now. Okay, so let's... So, WLAN 2 device, we're going to take it down. And then... So this should be down right now. So we're going to iwdev WLAN to set type managed. Device or resource busy. Let's bring the device back up. It's in monitor mode, so it can't join. It can't join a network right now. Okay. Let's try running those commands again. So we already captured the info over here. Okay, so let's try that command again where we do the WPA passphrase. And let's try it with the quotes, because the quotes worked for... Let's see what's in the config file. Okay. And then let's run this command here. So when we run this command, it should switch our interface into managed mode. Failed to enable... Okay, so it is in managed mode now. So giving it about 10 seconds and checking the wireless interfaces again with iwdev shows that we have joined the malware AP SSID. So let's check that one more time. Okay, so we're now connected to the malware AP SSID. That took a little while, but we managed to get there eventually. Great. Okay, the end. McSkitty looked in awe as Glitch flawlessly exposed a weakness in our Wi-Fi network. Glitch ponders and says, "That password is pretty weak, I must say. I wouldn't have been surprised if the mayor had already found a way." McSkitty gets to work right away while Glitch thinks about what is next. Glitch stops and says, "I am ever curious if the mayor knows much about race conditions and how that will affect us." So this is probably some sort of hint that we're going to be dealing with some sort of race condition exploit in the next challenge. So the answers for the questions over here: what is the BSSID of our wireless interface? So our wireless interface we've got a couple of different BSSIDs. So iwdev. So So I think it is this one right here. So let me copy that. Okay. What is the SSID and BSSID of the access point? Format BSSID, SSID, BSSID. So the access point is malware APM, malware MAP. I think I can just spell that out instead of copying it. Hold on. So this would be malware M_AP, and then comma, and then BSSID. The BSSID is this. Ah, that's incorrect. Okay, let's check and see what the... Thank you very much for following, Boss Gans. Boss Gans, thank you very much for following. You are now a HackerFrog. And let's do a fun video redeem for you. This is from the Nerdcore Rap song, Drink All the Booze, Hack All the Things. Gopone says space after comma, space after comma. Let's try the space after the comma. Okay, so it looks like the BSSID is not this one over here. So there's some other BSSIDs in here as well. So this is another BSSID. It's essentially the same, except that that the number is 0 instead of 1 or 2. So I could try brute forcing this. So the BSSID, let's try 1. No, let's try 0. Okay, that was the correct answer. I'm not too sure where you would get this answer from, but anyways. What is the BSSID of the wireless interface that is already connected to the access point? So that is already connected to the access point. So is it this one over here? Which has the 2? Let me... Okay. Is it this one? Nope. I'm gonna assume that that it could be this one because we've got 0, we've got 2, we've got 0, and we have 2. Maybe it's 1. Okay, that was the correct answer. All right. So what is the PSK after performing the WPA cracking attack? So we managed to get the PSK, which was in the config file here, and it's fluffy/champ24. So that's the answer. Okay. And the last question is, if you enjoyed this task, feel free to check out the networking module. So they've got a link to their other module there. We're going to click on complete. And we are finished. All right, so that took some doing, but we eventually got there. Thank you very much for watching this guided walkthrough of the day 11 challenge for the Advent of Cyber 2024 event from TryHackMe. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time. That is the that's the outro for my YouTube video that I'm going to be putting up in a couple of days. But anyways, thank you very much for watching us go through that. This isn't so Wi-Fi hacking is not something I have very much experience with. So I definitely learned a lot of new skills as far as this challenge was concerned. Anyways, let's close out our attack box because we're trying to be nice to the people at TryHackMe, and let's turn off the virtual machine here as well. Okay, so we're going to be moving into our final section of today's stream. And in this final section of today's stream, we're going to be doing some free hacking. Free hacking means that we're going to be taking a look at a challenge that we haven't solved before. And we're going to be doing some security testing. So the machine that we're going to be testing against is this one over here at the VulNyx website. It is called Nessus. It is a Windows machine, which is something we want to get better at because mostly we have experience hacking Linux machines. So we want to definitely get better at hacking against these Windows machines. So to start the exercise, I need to start up the machine on my network. Give me a moment or two while I spin that machine up. Let's see. TM says, thank you very much for the walkthrough for the Advent of Cyber. Good night. TM, are you who I think you are? But thank you very much for coming to the stream. I appreciate all of my viewers. Thank you very much. All right, let's start up the Nessus machine. So this is going to be a Windows machine. TM says, I found you from WSC. Oh, really? Oh, okay. For anybody who doesn't know, WSC is Women's Society of Cyberjitsu, which is an organization that's trying to help women get into cybersecurity. But we've got the Nessus machine running over here, and we're now ready to do some hacking. All right. So the first thing we want to do is we want to locate the machine on our network. So the machine's running on the network. Let me get rid of... Oh. I've got a bunch of stuff here from the last exercise. I want to get rid of this. So I'm just going to get rid of this cup directory. And then I'm going to get rid of this connect file and this image file. Okay, now we can start. Alright, so to find Windows machines on our network, the most reliable way to do that is to use a command called arpscan. And arpscan is a command that uses the ARP protocol to locate machines that are local to your network. And you have to specify an interface to work on when you do this. So this is going to be ETH1, which is where my network only machines belong, and we're going to run this command, and we're going to figure out that the machine is actually at this IP address here. So the reason why it's more difficult to find Windows machines on your network is because a lot of the time Windows machines are not going to respond to ping packets, and that makes it a little bit more difficult. But we found the IP address for the machine. It is here. And we're going to run an Nmap scan to figure out what ports exist on the target. So Nmap, and we're going to grab our IP address here. Okay, so Nmap actually needs to be adjusted. If this machine actually does not respond to ping packets, we need to adjust our Nmap command to accommodate for that. But I think this machine does accept ping packets, so we're able to do a normal Nmap scan. So in the scan, we're going to find a lot of typical Windows targets, Windows ports open on the machine. So port 445, 139, 135, these are all very typical Windows machine ports open on the device. Port 5985 is also a very common port that you'll see on Windows devices, and we'll talk a little bit more about what these ports are when the Nmap scan comes back to us. we'll also see a number of different ports operating on this 40,000 range over here as well, and this is also very normal for Windows computers. So in the meantime, we probably want to do a bit of SMB enumeration. So the two ports associated with the SMB service are port 445 and 135, I do believe. And this is associated with the SMB service, which is server message block, which is Windows version of file sharing. So let's do a little bit of enumeration against that service before while the Nmap scan is running. So over here in another tab, we're going to run this command. This is called enum for Linux, and enum for Linux is a program that can be used to enumerate SMB environments. So we're going to see if we can use enum for Linux to get information about the server. I just need to double check this IP address. Hold on. So the IP address is 56. Okay. So 56. We're going to try to figure out if we can connect to the SMB service with a null session, which is no username or password, and see if it works. Okay, it does not allow sessions using username blank, password blank. Okay, so we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So the next minute and a half, we're just going to watch some bird videos. So this handsome guy is a northern flicker woodpecker, and northern flicker woodpeckers are common in the Pacific Northwest where I live. And this in particular is a male northern flicker woodpecker, and you can tell it's a male because it's got the red mustache. So let me pause the video. Hold on. All right. So the northern flicker woodpecker here, it's got beady little black eyes. It's the males have a black mustache. Oh, sorry, a red mustache, and they both have this black bib over here. So the bird it's a beautiful bird. And one other thing that you'll notice about these woodpeckers is that they actually have a very long tongue. You're gonna see, I don't know if you can see it very well in this video, but the woodpecker sticks out its tongue every once in a while, and it's a very long and slim tongue. It's just breaking open these peanuts. Apparently, it can't eat whole peanuts, so it needs to peck them and break them open. But it looks like ads are done on Twitch, so we're going to go back to our enumeration. Anyways. Okay, so we weren't able to log into SMB using a null username and password. So instead, we're going to give a username. So the username we're going to do is guest. And it looks like we are able to get some information using the guest account. So let's go up. All right. So here we see that we got an OS version. So is this Windows 10? This might be a Windows 10 target. And the server type is whatever this is. I'm not sure. I'm not completely sure. Let's see. We've got file shares. We've got an admin share, a C share. There are documents over here. We might be able to take a look inside this documents folder. Mapping okay, listing okay, writing not okay. So maybe we can take a look at the documents folder over here. We also got some usernames. So there's the administrator, the guest, default account, Nessus. So there's a local user also named Nessus. And the name of this box is also Nessus. If anybody doesn't know, Nessus is the name of a vulnerability scanner that's used for network vulnerability scanning. and it can actually pick up a lot of security vulnerabilities. It's an automated scanning program. So we've got some groups, administrators, users, guests, etc., etc. Okay. All right. So let's try to access the documents directory. So we're going to use the SMB client program, and we're going to give the guest account as the user, and we're going to specify the documents directory, the documents file share. The password is blank, and we can actually get some stuff. Oh, okay. Huh. There's a bunch of stuff in here. So there's some other directories in here. There's this desktop.ini. Let's grab a bunch of this information right now. So we're just going to get desktop.ini, get my basic network, scan these letters here, .pdf. Oh. How do we get that? Get? Was it backslash? My backslash space basic backslash space network backslash space scan hm7q.pdf like this. No? How do we... I'm going to ask if any of you people in chat know, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to ask ChatGPT how to do this. Okay, so where we got? We want to download this file from SMB client. How do we accommodate for this? Accommodate for... How do you spell accommodate? Spaces in the file name. I think I need to reload my page. ChatGPT is currently unavailable. Status identified. We have identified the issue and are working to roll out a fix. Quotes maybe? Yeah, I think I tried that. Huh, ChatGPT is down. Oh no, how will I do anything in life without ChatGPT? Okay, so this is the name of the This is the name of the file here. Okay, maybe we can wrap this in quotes. Okay, we were able to do it by wrapping it in quotes. Great. GoPone, thank you for the advice. What else do we have here? So we've got my music, my pictures, my videos. Let's go inside there and make sure that there isn't anything. What? Oh, there was also a web application tests file. Okay, let's get that as well. All right. Okay, so let's try the my music, my CD, my music. I don't think there's going to be anything in here, but access denied. Okay, so let's try my pictures, access denied, and my videos. Yeah. Okay, so this is all we can get But there's probably some good stuff inside these PDF files. Let's exit out of here, and let's take a look at the desktop.ini file. Okay, so this... I don't think this tells us very much. Let's take a look at the PDF files. So... XDG open, is that the name? Yeah, XDG open is the command that's going to open up a file with the appropriate application. So in this case, we're going to do my whatever. Okay, let's take a look at this. So my basic network scan, great. So this is, like I said, Nessus is a network vulnerability scanner, and these kind of reports are they're very standard when you work with Nessus, and a lot of penetration tests are going to include Nessus scans, and this is the type of stuff that you would give to your client after you've finished doing Nessus scans on their network. So vulnerabilities by host. I assume this is our host. Vulnerabilities by host. So we've got HTTP trace, track methods allowed, okay. SMB signing not required. Apache HTTP server version. So this might be relevant. SMB signing not required, that's also not the securest, not the most secure setting. But the rest of the stuff probably is not super serious because this is all classified as informational. Okay, so maybe the only thing we need to keep track of here is the HTTP trace track methods allowed. I've never been able to exploit anything using these methods before, but maybe it's a day where we could do some learn about this. Okay, we also need to take a look at the other file. So the other file was the web application one. Cybernerd Dante says, what is this? Doku.php ID example hashes. Hashcat mode numbers. Oh, do you think we're going to have to crack some stuff? Very possible. Cybernerd Dante, thank you very much for welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You're always welcome here. Let's give you a fun redeem. I thought you were trying to communicate something. Yeah. Let's do one. Oh, the bully bird. I know you love this guy. This is the bully bird from earlier. Okay, so let's take a look at this other Nessus report, and this other Nessus report is for the web app specifically. Bully burbs, yep. Web application tests, okay. So we've got. Ooh, okay. PHP 5.6, multiple vulnerabilities, great. So I guess what we need to do is we need to enumerate the, this is the PHP version, and we need to figure out which exploit to run. Okay? Jeez. Anything else aside from these PHP version? So stack trace. Web server info.php detection. Oh, okay. That's another. I haven't even checked out the web app. Where is the web app? Okay. I need to figure out where the web app is. Let's go back to our nmap scan. So these are all of the ports that are running RPC, and they're all in the 40,000 range. These are very common. We've got this unusual port over here, which is running some sort of RPC for Nessus, for the Nessus scanner. And this is running on port 8834. Is this the website that we're supposed to take a look at? 8834. Let me check it out. So ChatGPT's down. Nobody can get any coding done anymore. All right. Anyways, let's go over to the port. Oops. What was the IP address? Here. 8834. Okay. 8834. Simon Dante says, yeah, ChatGPT down, coders are crying, and Tesla cars are crashing. You know, it's so ChatGPT has only been around for a couple years, but it's really strange to see how reliant people are, coders are on AI to help with their coding. Okay, your browser sent a request that this server cannot understand because you're using plain HTTP. Oh, okay, so we need to use HTTPS. So this has to be HTTPS. Potential security risk ahead. Advanced. We're going to accept risk and continue. Femyak1 says, what's the relation of ChatGPT and Tesla cars? Well, I don't think there's a, so, okay. So this is actually how you interface. There's none, I hope. Just making a joke. Yeah. There's no direct correlation between ChatGPT and Teslas. So this is actually how you would interact with Nessus if you're running out on your local host. So I've actually run Nessus from my local host before, and when you run the Nessus program, you have to access it through a web interface like this. But is this running PHP? So is this PHP? Username Nessus? I think is the password blank for Nessus? I don't remember if there's default credentials or not. Okay. So let me search for this. Nessus web app default credentials. Oh, the Wapalizer extension, right. What's the default username password for the web interface? For Nessus, there is no default username nor password. If you forgot the password, use this procedure to change it. Okay, so there's... Right, okay, so let's go back to the web page there. And I think I've got Wapalizer. Okay, let's... So it doesn't look like there's PHP running on this page. Well, I mean, if Nessus uses PHP, that should be well known, right? Is Nessus scanner programming language? Okay, the Nessus, daemon, and client for Unix is written in C. However, due to simplified things, the plugin's going to be written in NASL. Okay, so it's written in C. Great. Okay. So where is this web app? It says that there's a web app that is written in PHP and that is vulnerable. But where can I find it? So this is 5985 is actually WinRM. So this is not an actual web page. Let's see. Cyberner Dante says there was another HTTP server down further. Let's check. So this is all RPs. Ooh, wait, what? This shouldn't be. These ports on the 40,000 range should not be web pages, but let's check it just to be sure. So let's try this one. Okay, it says resource not found. Resource not found. It just says resource not found. If this was actually like just some RPC port, it would give us a different. It would give us a different error message. So let's try with this one. Huh, it gives the same error message. What was that port again? 47001. 47001. Resource not found. What is all this about here? Weird Nmap could be lying on the bright side. ChatGPT. Oh, people can go back to coding again. Great. Okay. So port 8834. Okay. Oh, this is the information from port 8834, which is the Nmap one. No, there's nothing in here that says anything about PHP, though. Okay, so let's buckle up. (8834) 5985 is not regular HTTP. This is going to be the WinRM service. But just for fun, let's navigate there. Yeah, resource not found. Okay, so we know that there's a Nessus user. Maybe we could try to brute force their password. So let's switch over to netexec. So we've got netexec over here. And we know that there's the guest user. We can actually get a lot of information from the guest user. We were able to get the shares. We can write to this documents folder. If we can write to this documents folder and we can access it, but we don't have a web interface, so maybe it's not all that useful. Okay, let's get the users one more time. Okay, we weren't able to get the... I think there was a special way you could use netexec to brute force users. And let's just look at the netexec Bible, which is this. Let's look for rid brute. Enumerate users by brute forcing rid over here. Dash dash rid dash brute. Okay. Okay, so that we know that there's this Nessus user over here, NESUS. So let's try brute forcing this user's password. So the user is Nessus, and the password is the rocku.txt list. User share word lists rocky.txt. So we're trying to brute force into the SMB service as this Nessus user, and let's just see if it works. If not, that's fine, but if so, that'd be great. We need to give this flag over here, ignore PW decoding. Okay, so another thing that we could check is we could go over to the web application for Nessus over here. Maybe admin? Maybe password? Maybe password 123? Okay, maybe Nessus? No. Actually, we should try to log in as the Nessus user using their own username as the password. So here it would be Nessus, and the password would also be Nessus. Okay, that didn't work. But we see here that we've got Windows Server 2022. So this is pretty up to date. My basic network scan. Maybe we can... Is there anything else that we could get from this document here? SMB signing not required. Apache server version. Device type. Ethernet card. Not a lot of information here. Still brute forcing? Now here's the thing. The web application test here shows that if we were able to access this web endpoint that's running PHP, then we'd probably be able to compromise it by with some sort of PHP exploit. But it doesn't tell us where the web application lives. So is it this internal IP address right here? Yeah, we can't tell. Okay, let's get out of here. Femyuk1 says, what is the string in the file name? The string in the file name? I'm not sure I follow. Oh, this string right here? This is probably just a, well, it's probably just a random. It's probably just random, but I can't identify. I can identify which website or what port the website lives at. So I'm not sure. Still going. So this machine is not domain joined, so I can't do any of the domain attacks. I can't do asrep roasting. I can't do Kerber roasting because Active Directory is not involved. But resource name over here. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can search exploit for Nessus. Nessus vulnerability scanner, command execution, persistence cross-site scripting, remote delete file. Okay, so we've got more ads going on Twitch. So I'm just going to Finn with Gun is raiding with a party of 6. I'm sorry if you write it into an ad. If you can type, please let us know. Finn with Gun, thank you very much for the raid. And may I ask, what fun were you having on stream today? We're just doing some Windows hacking right now. Neospring says ribbit to you, Neospring. Thank you. We're just doing some. Apparently, ads are running on Twitch right now, so we're going to be playing some. We're going to play a little bird video until the ads end. So while the bird video is going, I'm going to talk about. So my name is the Shy Hat, and I do cybersecurity stuff on Twitch. My emphasis is on teaching beginner skills to people who are new and trying to get into cybersecurity. And we just need to wait a few more seconds for the ads to finish running on the Twitch channel. If you can see the bird videos and you're on Twitch, please let us know by typing in the chat bird. Type the word bird. Bird is the word. But okay, so everybody should be able to see the stream back. Okay, so all right, so this is just my bird feeder over here. I like to play these videos every time we've got a break or an ad going on. So I'm just gonna put this away. Thank you very much, Gustavo Sala, for letting us know that you can see the birds. Thank you. Okay, so we're just doing some hacking against a machine over here. It has the Nessus vulnerability scanner running locally, so we need to figure out how to take advantage of the Nessus vulnerability scanner. So we need to hack the vulnerability scanner, which is kind of funny. But arbitrary code execution. I wonder if this could be it. I want to read about this. So search exploit and I want to copy this one over here. Okay, so this just copied to, right, let's read about it. So Nessus has reported that various flaws have been discovered in the libNASL library used by Nessus application. As a result, a malicious NASL script may be used to break outside of the established sandbox environment, execute arbitrary commands on the local system. So I need to have local access to do this. So that, well, I mean, I can't take advantage of this exploit right now. We also need to figure out which version of Nessus is being run. So we're going to go back to, so this is Nessus over here. And I don't know if I can tell what version of Nessus is being run. We've got handlebars, we've got chart.js. Oh wait, there should be versioning information for Nessus on the reports, right? So I also managed to download these reports from a file share. So let's open them. Okay, so report generated by Nessus. Okay, I guess it's not going to tell us. So the thing is that we got these reports that were created by Nessus, and they actually tell us about this very vulnerable web application, but we don't know where the web application is. So indicates was not shown, scores above. We've got all this other information here as well, but none of this tells us anything about the server. If I could figure out which port the server was running on, then I could probably do a lot more. Let me take one more look at the other scan. So the network scan, I think. So the network scan is also a PDF over here. Vulnerabilities by host, but there's not very much over here either. Track trace. Trace track methods allowed. Could we use trace or track methods to get more information about the about the server, about the web server? Okay. Well, maybe. Oh, you know what? I think. Okay, so this. Maybe I can do some web application testing over here. So we know that the Nessus application lives here at this port. So maybe we can do some GoBuster? No. So let's try some Derb first. So we got agents, we've got API. Editor, events, file, folders. But these are all coming back because we're not logged in. Because we're not logged in, we're not able to access any of these pages. But all these pages exist inside of the Nessus web app. Maybe what we need to do is we need to brute force the password for the Nessus user. What about the metadata from the PDF files? That's a good idea. That's a good. Yuck1, thank you very much. And let's try exif tool on these PDF files. Author is Jose. It's Jose. Okay. Maybe Jose exists on the system. Profile ID. Profile creator, Little CMS. Little CMS. I've never heard of this. CMS little, local file inclusion, SQL injection. So I'm not sure. Well, I mean, this is Nessus. Nessus doesn't use little CMS. I don't think it does. Sevener Dante says use Hydra on that 401. What is a 401 is what is the 401 code? I don't remember. Web 401 code. Valid authentication credentials, right. Unauthorized response. Yeah. So the problem is we don't have a... So over here at the Nessus web app, we don't know what the password is. So we could try to brute force. We could try to brute force our way into this web app. That might be another... That's something else we could try. So maybe we should try that. I'm pretty sure this web app isn't vulnerable to SQL injection. Yeah, this doesn't work. So I guess we're going to try to break into this web page. So there's a separate login mechanism on the policies, if I saw derp correctly. You need to log in to perform this request. Okay. Let's take a look at derp. I'm still brute forcing this Nessus user over here. What did I find in derp? Okay, so we find XML RPC, users, tools, so scans, reports, remote policies, folders, favicon, API. So we can access the API. Let's see. Seminator Dante says, usually there is a login for 401 and you can use Hydra to brute force it. Okay. Well, I mean... So, first of all, let's start up Burp Suite. So we're going to capture the login process for the Nessus app there, and we're going to try to brute force it. Let me grab... Okay, so we're going to start up the Burp Suite browser. And then let's get the address. So this is the address. In the Burp Suite browser, we're going to do a test login. Nessus. And the password is going to be test. Error invalid credentials. Okay. So now that we have this captured, we're going to go over to Burp Suite and we're going to go to proxy HTTP history, and we're going to send this to the repeater. Oh, this actually goes to the session endpoint, huh? Huh, okay. So Nessus and test is this in JSON format. So it gives us a 401 error authorization required, right? Invalid credentials. Okay, so let's figure out, is ChatGPT back? Okay, let's go back to ChatGPT and have it answer all of our questions. I'm happy that it's back. Okay. So, let's see. These are requests and response for a web app. I want to brute force this login form. Please help. And then this is the request, and I'm going to include the response. You can use a tool like Burp Suite, Hydra, or FFUF combined with a dictionary or potential usernames or passwords. Below are steps and examples for using Hydra. So I'm trying to get away from using Hydra because I want to use more FFUF. So I'm going to ask to see if I can get the same, how I would do this inside of FFUF. Using Burp Suite, okay, maybe it's going to FFUF for brute forcing the parameters, install FFUF, great. Okay, so let's copy this command for FFUF. And let's try this in another tab. So this is probably not going to go through. I'm just going to give up on my brute force attack for SMB. Okay. So the word list is going to be, username is not going to be admin. The username is going to be Nessus. Because, well, that's just a hint. That's just a hunch. Oh, my music. Okay, so the word list is going to be user share word lists rockyou.txt. Okay, Summoner Dante says you can take the login request from Burp Suite and then save it as a text file, then run FFUF request login. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me see if this works first. If this works, then, well, if I don't need to create that file from Burp Suite, and this works, then I'll just do this. Okay, it seems to be going. Okay, so I think what I need to do is I need to use FFUF and specify the size, because I think the size and the words are going to be different on a successful login. So I'm just going to get out of here. And I'm going to filter size 31. Okay, so we're just going to wait and see if there's a response without the size 31, and that's probably going to be the valid credentials. Okay, so let's we can just leave this alone while it's fuzzing. What else can we explore? So let's try taking a look at the we can do xftool on the other PDF file. So it was my basic network scan. Let me grab this file name. Okay, this was also made by Jose, so maybe Jose, maybe Jose will come up later. Profile ID. I wonder what this little CMS is. This is not fuzzing super fast. It's using 40 threads, but it's still not fuzzing super fast. I guess I can just leave this going. Let me try looking this up. Little CMS. Little color management system. Oh, okay. So open source, small footprint, color management engine. What are V2 and V4 profiles? Hold on. Interesting. Okay. Profile version, Microsoft Corporation. Maybe I can run some strings on this. Strings. Well, I guess this doesn't... Maybe we can feed this into head. I don't see it. Okay. All right, still fuzzing. Invalid credentials. So it's not going to give us it's not going to be super easy. It's not going to tell us invalid password or invalid username. It's just going to tell us invalid credentials. Remember me. There's no... How do you reset the password? Maybe I can ask on Nessus user password reset. To change a user's password, we have to use the Nessus command line. Still going? So we still got our netexec here. Where could we go? So there was the guest user. Oh, you know what? Maybe Jose is the username for this. What? Invalid credentials, okay. So Jose, password, admin, Jose, Nessus, none, default account, guest. Let me try logging into that account one more time, the file share in Documents. Desktop INI. DRD. Desktop INI. 3 files. We can't access any of these other directories. Yeah, this is all access denied. My videos, my pictures. We downloaded these files and we took a look at them. If we could find the website that's being referenced in these PDF files, that'd be really great. Let's do another Nessus scan. Sorry, I mean let's do another Nmap scan. So the Nmap is on this address. Let's save it out to nmap.txt. Okay, so we'll just leave this running in the background. That came back surprisingly quickly. Did the machine turn off? The machine turned off. God damn it. You know why the machine turned off? Because they're using a trial version of Windows. And trial versions of Windows turn off after an hour. And because I've been using the machine for more than an hour, the machine turned off. Okay, so I need to wait for the machine to come back online. Okay, it should be online again. Okay, so yeah. Let's try not the Nessus user. Let's try the Jose user, because we saw the Jose user. Okay. AK says, hello, AK, how are you doing? And welcome to the stream. We're just here doing some Windows hacking right now. And we're trying to figure out how to break in, and we know that there's a Nessus vulnerability scanner running on this target. We just need to figure out how to gain access. But welcome to the stream. And the connection is disconnected now. Okay, let's get back in. Can't get into these. Well, let's get out of here. So there's the desktop.ini. I don't think this tells us anything. This is... AK says, AK, are you who I think you are? Doing well, nice content, working on the CDSA cert on Hack the Box. Do I know you? CDSA cert. What is CDSA? CDSA certification. Hack the Box Certified Defensive Security Analyst. So actually, I haven't heard about this one. So I guess this is the blue team version. AK has a cool name. 2 name letter on YouTube is crazy. Yeah, I hadn't stopped to think about that. That's kind of unique. So this is all about blue team stuff. Okay, SOC, SIM, tactical analysis, log analysis. Okay, yeah, looks like a good certification for sure. Okay, we've got ads in process on Twitch right now, so I'm just going to pause, and I'm running out of bird videos to show because I only have so many on deck at any one time. But this one is a favorite. So this is the little guy having some peanuts, and this is a bit different from the regular ones. We've got about a minute to go on the ads. But this is a rare, very close-up view on this bird. Just look at this this banding over here on the feathers. This is beautiful right here. So it's one reason why these are my favorite birds. They're first of all, they're really fun. Second of all, they're smart little birds. Ads bypassed. Cybernerd Dante has bypassed the ads by using a different platform. Congratulations. But yeah, we've only about 10 more seconds of ads to go. And just before we go, we'll show a different animal that we don't usually see on this stream. There's a squirrel over here. And squirrels are... These squirrels are usually at the bottom of the bird feeder trying to find their way up. So they're one of my enemies. I wouldn't say they're my enemies, but if they manage to get to the bird feeder, then they will hang out for a really long time eating all the peanuts. So I greased the bird feeder pole so that they can't climb up, and that's how I prevent them from getting to the bird feeder. AK said, no, I don't think so. I work as a cybersecurity specialist, just working on improving my skills and knowledge. What do you currently do? Focusing more on red teaming? I focus more on offense than defense, but one thing I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to help people get into cybersecurity by teaching beginner cybersecurity skills. Cybercoster says, hello, I've applied for SOC level 1 job like 3 months ago. Can't believe I got it. It's my first IT job. That being said, in the last 3 months, I wasn't really studying anything. Long story short, I'm looking to prepare myself for the role. What do you recommend that I review or study? Well, AK, another person in the chat, was just talking about some certifications. And I think this certification here, Security Analyst, CDSA from Hack the Box, this looks like, this looks pretty good. Let me paste the link in. I don't know if this is a beginner-friendly cert or not. AK could probably tell us. So AK, if somebody was going in as a SOC level 1, would you recommend this CDSA cert? So we've got a little bit of a cross-platform talk going here. Some people are on YouTube, some people are on Twitch. Cybercoster has joined the HackerFrogs. Thank you very much, Cybercoster, for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so let's see if there are other certifications on Hack the Box. There are a bunch of certifications on Hack the Box. I don't know how many of them are defensive. So this one is the beginner offensive security path. So $490 over here. Bug bounty hunter, defensive security analyst. This is also $490. I'm not sure. So I live in Canada, so they might be listing this in Canadian funds, but most likely this is $490 American. So related to job role path, SOC analyst. So I think, let's see. AK said that they were working as a cybersecurity specialist, but I'm not sure exactly if AK is working as on the offensive side or the defensive side. If you could let us know, that would be great. Let's see, there's web exploitation, there's Active Directory pen testing. Ooh, this one's expensive. Why is it more than double all the other ones? Oh, these are expert level ones. AK says, I would say it's more on the intermediate level, but I think a beginner would definitely learn a lot through the course. I heard that the SOC level 1 on TryHackMe is also a good start. That's also a great that's a great suggestion as well. So tryhackme.com has a bunch of different job paths in here as well. And let me see if I can find the link. So let's go over to learn, search. Oh, this is only for rooms. Let's see. Cybercoster says, how do you retain all that information without forgetting it? Practice? Probably practice. So let's see. So these are only challenges. Where are the paths? I guess over in the learn. Learning paths. Okay. So let's find this defensive one. So SOC level 1. Great. So you can, I don't know, Cybercoster, I don't know if you can see this without being logged in. If you don't have an account over at tryhackme.com, there's nothing preventing you from making a free account over there, and then you can see all the content on, well, you can't see all the content, but you can take a look at this page over here and see if this is something you're interested in. Junior security analyst role. So they've got a bunch of different modules that you can work through over here. Yeah, and I think this looks pretty good. You've got you got sim stuff over here with Elk. You've got forensic stuff. Yeah, it looks pretty good. And this is probably going to be less. This is not going to be. Well, I mean, this isn't a certification, but working through all this is probably going to. They've got 71 labs over here to work through. It's probably going to take you quite a while to work through all this stuff. Cybercoster says, am I going to be using all these tools on the job? This is probably more than what you're going to be doing at your job. But okay, so Cybercoster, you said that. Let me reread your message here. So you're doing SOC level 1, right? It's your first IT job. Looking to prepare for the role? Okay. So AK says, I mostly do defensive stuff like SOC 2, Type 2, incident response, incident investigation, phishing campaign threat, training, threat detection mitigation, security policy development, etc. Cybercoster says, I've done 70% of SOC level 1, and I did my Security Plus. Cybercoster says that I'm just overwhelmed by all the information and limited practice. So I would say that, I bet AK probably has a much better idea of what SOC level 1, what people in that role do. GX000 says, get to work. Get to work? Well, I'm trying to help people out right now because they asked about what training paths they should do for SOC level 1. But welcome to the stream, GX000. Nice to see you here. Hey, let's do a fun little video redeem because I haven't done one in a while. Let's hack the planet just to remind ourselves.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
AK says, I still consider myself a beginner because I have only about 2 years of experience. Well, I mean, I think you could help out Cybercoster because Cybercoster is just getting into the role over at for SOC level 1. But yeah, any advice is welcome. But I think somebody else, Cybernerd Dante, also talked about. Okay, Cybernerd Dante says Security Plus is a great certification for IT and cybersecurity in general. For practical work, TryHackMe is a great beginner network security, and Portswigger is good for web security. Let's see. I think one thing you definitely want to learn a lot about when you're doing stuff like SOC level 1 is probably stuff like networking packets and how to parse network traffic using something like Wireshark. So if you know, actually there's a course. There's a course from Hack the Box Academy. Hack the Box. Hack the Box. Wireshark module. So this one right here. So I'm pretty sure you can access. So if you have an account over at Hack the Box Academy, you can. This is a free course. So if you want to take a look at this, this is also really good. AK says, "Is your Twitch link in your profile?" If you want to, let me just grab my Twitch link. Okay, so Twitch. If you want to join us on Twitch, AK, you can do so over at this channel. GX00 says, "I'll Twitch." All right, is that a threat or a promise? Okay, so we're currently fuzzing Nessus. So Nessus, we're looking for this Jose user. But we're not able to successfully fuzz any of the. We're trying to brute force this login for the Nessus. For the Nessus web app, well, the vulnerability scanner over here. Nessus Essentials. Yeah, can't get in. Invalid credentials. So let's take a look at the Nmap stuff one more time. Okay, so port 135, 139, 445, 5985, 8834, which is where Nessus is running. You know what? Maybe I should take a look at the SSL certificate. So let me take a look at the SSL certificate for this page. Connection security. You are not securely connected to this site. You have added a security exception for this site. More information. Okay. I can't. Okay, this is just Nessus right here. Dark Crimson 24 is now a HackerFrog. Thank you very much for following Dark Crimson 24. And let's see. Website is this. Does not supply ownership information. Okay, so I don't think any of this stuff here is permissions, media, general. Yeah, this stuff doesn't give me any other information. Sad. Let's view the certificate. Yeah, this is just standard for Nessus, so this isn't going to help us out. All right. Well, it was worth a try. Dark Crimson 24. Hi, everybody. This is AK. Hello. Nice to see you here. Welcome to Twitch. Okay, so, man, does anybody have any suggestions? Not that I'm trying to get anybody to do my job or anything. Okay, so we've got Nessus over here. Nessus www. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should curl this just in case there's something hiding in the So let's try curling this. Let me grab. There might be something in the response headers. Oh. How do we warn curl with the unable to... There is curl. How do we run curl and ignore SSL errors? Let's see, 700 Dante says you only tried brute forcing admin as a username. So you can try the username Jose from earlier. Yeah, so let's see. K bypasses SSL validation. Okay, so let's try the K. Okay, we got server is Nessus www. Okay. Maybe I should do more fuzzing. 790 says you can try using the username Jose from earlier. Yeah. Actually, here. Nessus and password Jose. Nope. How about Jose and password Nessus? Also no? Okay. Is this page secretly running PHP? Because we got all those that stuff about PHP, and it would be really sad if I wasn't able to use it. XCG open. So we were looking at the web application tests. So PHP 5.6. Let's do a search exploit on that. Search exploit. PHP 5.6. Okay, so we've got a bunch of different PHP vulnerabilities here. Not that... Another thing that I could try is I could try looking for vulnerabilities in the SMB. So, in order to do that, I would use netexec. So netexec, and we would look for modules like, oh gosh. Let's look for those modules. Using a module, okay. Writing multiple modules. So we could try doing... There is one for... Okay. So the modules for the SMB service are... Okay, there's this one that checks for Eternal Blue. Let's try this one. Wait, does this mean that it's vulnerable? Nmap. So there was an Nmap. Hold on, let's ask ChatGPT. Where are we? Using Nmap, how do we scan for SMB vulnerabilities? Vulnerabilities. Okay, like this. Failed to receive bytes error. False. Okay, so we didn't find any for these. Let's move on and look for some other vulnerabilities. So there's also okay. So it wouldn't be zero logon because zero logon is about domain controllers. Spooler. Detect if the print spooler is enabled or not. Well, couldn't hurt. So the spooler is online? Is this what we're trying to understand here? Okay. Print Nightmare? So this, if the spooler is online, then maybe Print Nightmare? It's failed to bind. Okay, so the object is not found, probably not Print Nightmare then? So what is... So every time I scan for Coerce Plus, it comes back positive, but I've never been able to... I've never been able to get a machine to give me access via coercion. It always says that these are vulnerable, but I don't know if I can believe any of this. Is anybody willing to give me a hint if I'm headed in the right direction or not? SOC level 1. What other paths are there? There are a bunch of learning paths. SOC level 1, SOC level 2. DevSecOps. Oh, wow. I know a few different people who are interested in doing DevSecOps. I've never been able to quantify exactly what it means to become a DevSecOps person. What kind of GX00 has just subscribed with Twitch Prime. This is my opportunity to to advise everybody that if you have Amazon Prime, then you can get a free subscription on Twitch, and if you would use it to subscribe to my channel, that would be very happy. Thank you, and thank you very much to my longtime viewer GX000 for subscribing with Twitch Prime. DevSecOps. Okay. All right, so let's go back to it. We're still scanning on this. I don't think we're going to... Man, I don't know if we're going to be able to brute force Jose. So we tried brute forcing Nessus. We tried brute forcing... I don't think the Jose user is not on the box. Is not on... Well, it's not not accessible by SMB anyways. So if we do... If we get the list of users, Jose's not on there. But this Nessus user is. Actually, can we brute force for other types of users using netexec? Sid brute. No, there's nothing here for Sid brute. Let's try enum for Linux one more time. Unity users using Sid. Okay, so we've got administrator guests. We did find Nessus through this method as well. Maybe I should give up on this because it's been running for so long. Maybe... What was the name of that service again? Cat nmap.txt. So this is the... Nessus XML RPC. And let's see if we can search Google for some sort of vulnerability. Here. Okay, so let's see. Isn't a complete XML RPC client implementation. Immediate goals of automation and reporting. So this is about reporting. This isn't necessarily about... Femyuk1 has a YouTube video. Let me take a look at... Make sure this is an appropriate video before I show it on stream. Not that I don't trust any of my users or anything. I just, need to make sure that... Is that a Rickroll? Thank you. Thank you for the Rickroll. Thank you for the Rickroll, Femyuk1. Thank you. Anyways, let's get on with it. Metasploit framework modules, auxiliary scanner Nessus. Okay. XML RPC. Oh, ads are starting in a minute or so. What we got here? Revalidate. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna So over at HackMyVM.eu, there's a page over here, and inside the description, it might tell me a little bit about what the machine is all about. So just in case, I'm going to check it up. Okay, so what does it say in the description here? Just exploit a well-known application without a CVE. Hope you enjoy it. What? Exploit a well-known application without a CVE. Hope you enjoy it. So Nessus exploit? Do I just check for Nessus exploit? Working with Nessus, Nessus cross-site scripting, okay. Maybe just search exploit Nessus. There's arbitrary code execution. This, I think when we looked at this, it was local. So vulnerability scanner, ActiveX command execution. So maybe we can check this one out. This is also for Windows, and we're dealing with Windows right now, so this might be... Okay. So let's copy this over. Remote command execution. Okay, this is... Let's take a look at it. Okay, so... What is this? What is this? What is this doing? Maybe I'll have ChatGPT explain it to me. I feel very dumb. What was the other vulnerability? So ActiveX, command execution, persistent cross-site scripting. But the description said there was no CVE associated with this. So it's probably not this. So the other one was this one. That this malicious script must be a legitimate plugin that has been uploaded to the Nessus server. Furthermore, the affected Nessus application must have enabled the plugins upload option, which is disabled by default. A malicious NSAL script may be used to break out of established sandbox environments and execute arbitrary commands on the local system. So let's read more about this. Over here. What this isn't. NASL arbitrary code execution. Okay, let's take a look at this. What is this from? Is there so there's a CVE associated with this one as well. So it's got to be. So the description in the challenge here. Just exploit a well-known application without a CVE. Without a CVE. Okay, this is very bad. This is very bad for searching. Vulnerability scanning Nessus. How about Windows? Okay, so how about I include the port number? So the port number is 8834. This is not stable. Vulnerability. No longer able to log in. Unable to access this in the web console. Okay. All right, everybody. I think I might be calling it here because I'm not really getting anywhere, and another thing is that it is super late right now. Callie Natalie is online. Let's take a look at what Callie Natalie is doing. It's only 8 p.m. I usually stop before 8 p.m. because I need to get dinner. Okay, so Callie Natalie is working on something. It looks like this is in Portuguese. I think she also speaks Spanish because she has a tag for English. So let's raid Callie Natalie. Everybody, when you arrive at Callie Natalie's stream, if you could please give this raid message over here. It is hip hop hack with the OS frog, just like this. I would really appreciate it. But before we go, let's do one last. So everybody, we're going to be streaming again on. Let's see, it's what day is it today? It's Wednesday, so we're going to be streaming again on Friday at the same time. And but until then, everybody have a great rest of the week. Let's redeem one last Hack the Planet before we go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
I'm going to set up the raid right now, and if you could share the raid message hip hop hack, I would really appreciate it. And we are go for the raid. Everybody have a great rest of the week. We will see you on Friday.